I forgot again to tweet out the goddamn message. Oh well.
Yep, I'm doing that right now on my end.
Alright.
Okay, guys, in like 2 minutes.
Alright. I'll give everyone a
Stream too.
little bit of time. Just check my... Make sure I am streaming. Because sucks to find out I'm not. Because even though it says, oh yeah, you're streaming, and then I find out I wasn't streaming for 2 whole hours.
I will go really quiet as soon as my food gets here, though.
I know. Again, I'm just checking and making sure everything's good. Seems like it.
Of all the tracks I randomly pulled, I got The Romantic Moods, Thoughtful Moment by Martin Slavin. That's an interesting intro song.
What is this, an anime?
Hell yeah.
Alright.
It sounds like when you open up like Animal Crossing.
I never played an Animal Crossing song, Animal Crossing game, actually.
I have. I was addicted to catching beetles, and then I...
My mom...
I stopped. I wanted to survive.
My mom, God bless her soul, thought the Animal Crossing was actually a... Mind you, my mom was a very devout Christian and Jehovah's Witness woman. So even Linkin Park was bad in her view. She even called Linkin Park the devil's music. Linkin Park, mind you.
Shit.
So the moment she heard Animal Crossing, she thought that it was a game that will actually teach me to crossbreed with animals. I was like, the fuck, Mom?
What?
As if I need a game to teach that. Wait.
Wait, what?
Said the tree that projects as a panda?
Yeah, well, listen, it's not crossbreeding, it's just...
Cross photosynthesis.
It's more like cross-dressing than anything.
Cross-dressing? Wait, so when a tree pretends to wrap itself around flesh, it's considered cross-dress? Oh god. That explains so much.
The language of trees is difficult for normal people, for normies to understand.
Which explains why a wizard should know better when to cut down a tree.
Yeah, I speak for the trees, and the trees are
fucked
not
up.
very talkative because it's hard. They have a bit of a language barrier.
The trees have no tongue.
Yeah.
Hey, Dryad, this is something I've been wanting to ask you for a while.
Let's hear it.
Thing on top of your head, what the hell is that?
It is called a ley line berry.
There is a berry stem on the top of your head.
Yeah, isn't it adorable?
It's very Moogle of you.
It was
very
I did not draw it as a berry.
What did you draw it as?
It's a little gem.
Oh!
I mean, it looks adorable either way, and it's just as valuable to me.
Okay, good.
So wait, if someone
just finished rendering you, and I'm working on Anti-Hero now. Bray's legs are still unfinished. I don't.
So wait. So wait, if someone was to grab you by the top of the head, does that mean they grab you by the berries?
Oh my gosh, I'm deafening.
I gotta change my settings. Oh jeez, I wasn't muted. I gotta say something to chat.
Okay, go ahead. We'll give and then after that, Ray should have her food right about now, because she's quiet.
Yeah.
Not yet. Okay.
I'm just bonking people in FortNight. Don't worry.
All right. I'm alive. I'm alive.
All right.
I am alive. Howdy, y'all. We were not talking about how valuable and delicious and probably nutritious the berry on top of my head was.
Is it a good berry?
That's definitely what we're
No,
talking about.
no toca.
No toca.
No. Not even a little bit.
I was wondering how you say toca with an English accent.
But...
No toca.
No toca.
Come and see llamas.
Is it believable? Do you think I have a future in voice work?
Come and see llamas, maybe. Como se llamas?
Me Lamo.
Hey Ray, just to get it out of the way because your food might be arriving soon.
Did you just say Labo?
Labo?
The Latino side of me is dying.
You're just like, oi, cabron.
Oh yeah, carbone.
Oh no!
All right. Ray, just to get out of the way because your food's arriving soon. What can
I
I?
am Ray. I like frogs. You can find me at Raemyne on Twitch and Twitter. Raemyne. Thank you. Bye.
All right, Storm. Where can I find you and what game you've been enjoying?
You can find me Strom-Davrin on both Twitter and Twitch. I'm addicted to Evil Dead.
Yes. Ashy slashy. All right, Ender. Ender is the queen. Where can I find you and what game you've been enjoying?
You can find me at Ender is the Queen on both Twitch and Twitter, and no game this week. No game at all. I have school. I just started, so
Oh no.
no game this week.
I'm-
Just D&D. Only D&D.
We are
Get
we
that
are
education.
all sad pandas today. No game.
All right,
No game. Just D&D.
Dryad Min, which actually makes a lot of people angry because they had admin in it for some strange reason. Where can I find you? And
Lots of companies. It was one simple trick. Corporations hate me. My name is Dryad Min, not Dry Admin, unlike some zombies would have you believe. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter and YouTube and TikTok using Dryad Min or Min Dryad as some variation of that. I would like to say I'm a Dead by Daylight streamer along with D&D, but I've kind of been hopelessly addicted to Dark Souls, so starting to do more Dark Souls stuff.
I saw you made some progress.
I have. I'm no longer in jail.
You're no longer in jail with the crying ladies below you.
Oh my gosh! Do you remember Extra? Oh my god! I could write a eulogy for myself using only quotes from Extra. I love my chat.
I know. Okay. We'll be starting soon in a bit. I just gotta make sure Ray has her food in her, and we'll start soon. We'll wait about like
It's
3.
It's okay. I'll eat while you guys are talking. Don't worry.
All right. And the good news is, Ray, you don't have to do anything for the first 15 minutes because it's pretty much gonna be Dryad first 15 minutes if that's okay with him.
Yay! It's my show. Everyone shut the fuck up.
Cringe!
It's my show.
Cringe!
All right. So
Step aside.
let's move to the game room.
Yo, any gamers in this map?
Hold on. All right, let me just get this thing going. Get everyone in the mood. Where we last left our heroes in Valorhan, Jake the Paladin, Uzrak the Wizard, Tony Hawk the Rogue, and Uthik the Ranger arrived at the wizard's home to accept his mission. Just bear with me. The wizard sees his adventurous heroes and says, "Welcome, adventurers! With your help, we can repel the great evils that's on this world. For everything is on dire need. What needs to be done of us, oh great wizard? You must repel the great evils. You must..." What was that? What was what, oh great wizard? And suddenly a pink bear that's on fire busts right through the wall, saying, and suddenly a cat person also busts through the door, chasing at the.
Get back here, you sick excuse for my marsupial!
The poor bear starts setting everything on fire. Oh shit! Hold on, I fucked up the joke.
This entire bear is a joke.
Okay, there it goes. No, there it goes. There it goes.
Oh, jeez.
There it goes. Okay, Weave. Roll the athletics to keep chasing this damn bear that's on fire.
Yeah. Whose turn is it? Is it my turn to? Oh my God, this bear is really on fire. Oh my God.
This bear's literally turning everything on fire.
All right, I have a net. Everyone, calm down. Net.
All right, somebody, you pulled out your net.
I do.
By the way, these strangers around you are just like in shock and awe. They don't know what to do.
Stand back. This bear's death will be quick and painful.
What? What? Go ahead. Okay, roll athletics to catch the bear.
All right.
Poor Chaos. Oh!
Yeah. That is an unnatural 20, like this unnatural abomination.
All right, congratulations. You just really squash your net around the bear. Around a bear named as Chaos, and he's still on fire as he tries to pat himself off, and you literally just drag him out with you.
Once he's stuck, once he's actually well and stuck, I'm going to take my water skin and douse this dude.
Okay, you literally, the moment you actually take out your water skin, and a pile of steam just billows from this bear. And when you look over, and when the steam finally clears, the bear's asleep.
He's asleep?
Yeah, he may have been to the fact he was on a sugar high.
Oh my gosh, I was hoping to do some interrogation, but this dude passed out immediately. I'm gonna leave the scene of the fire.
So immediately you just start leaving with a smoky bear and your net, and the wizard goes, "The fuck was that?" Everyone just shrugs.
It's okay. They have a wizard there. He knows a water spell. They'll be fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
It's fine.
It's all right. Yeah. Let's. Okay. Got this bear. I am going to take my rope, my 50 feet of henpen rope, and I am giving this Chaos Sparkle McBarkle the biggest hog tie you've ever seen in this side of the Sword Coast.
All right. So roll me an athletics check to see how. Did you already roll?
I rolled to catch him, but not to tie the rope.
Yeah. Roll an athletics to see how well that rope is tied, and with advantage because he's asleep.
All right. A 7.
All right. We'll see how well that comes around later.
We'll see how well that comes around. But
So
I tie him up.
So he literally looks like an old black and white cartoon. Rope has been tied around him, style.
Cool. Okay, so he's got some rope.
Yes.
Okay, so he's tied up rope. I am going to, and this rope is also going to cover this dude's mouth if I can manage.
Oh, you can just put him.
Scream.
Yeah. Okay. You cannot scream.
Yeah, so it's tight. I got 50 feet to work with. All right, I'll cover this dude in rope if I have to.
Okay. He's not awake yet, so yeah, go ahead.
All right, I am making my way. Well, hold on. Before this happens, I want a little bit of a refresher on what the man told me that poor soul from Cerberus. What he told me, there were safe houses but past the vampire attack. Where's the urgency? I forget what happened to my trainer, to my handler.
Raymond.
That's his name.
His name is Raymond. I never gave him a last name. I don't think he ever gave you his last name ever.
Probably not.
And yes, there are 2 other safe houses in this town. And you know where they both are.
Cool. I really don't want to leave this bear alone. But okay, how close am I to the house? And how close am I to Angel's shop?
Angel's shop is literally across the street.
I'm going to Angel's Place because it's something that I want to buy.
All right. Just grab your token and you'll go straight to Angel's Place.
Cool.
Where
Let's
is her?
do it.
So the second you enter Angel's place from out of the cold, it's
Everyone's here.
oh, no, not everyone's not here. Sorry, I have to move everyone.
Morph, you're so big.
I've been growing, motherfucker.
My imagination is running wild.
Alchemania wild. Anywho, you arrive at Angel's shop with chaos in your backpack or in your net pack.
I stuffed him in my backpack. I should have enough to carry him. I might be slugging him. He is a stuffed teddy bear. I don't know how heavy he is, but I might be slugging my way around.
He's lighter than 5 pounds.
Okay, then I should be fine.
All right. So you enter into Angel comes out after she seems to be covered in grease. She's wearing a what's the word I'm looking for? Blacksmith apron. It also seems to be covered in grease, and she's holding a large wrench over her shoulder, saying, "Hey, what's up? I was just working on your wagon. What's going on?"
You, there, Locke. I didn't know you smithed. Anyway, that's not the point.
Okay. Hey, zombie. Go on.
I need 2 things, and the sooner the better. I have no time.
All right. What is it?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull out the one lore point I have, and I'm just like, you have a bear like this one, yes?
Yeah, it's a black bear for noomie.
I'll take it.
I mean, it was
You don't wanna do
reserved.
that.
It was reserved for noomie, but
Reserved?
I mean, technically, I can give it to you, but you have to give me a good reason why you want to take it from her.
She's busy shopping. We went back for clams. I'm gonna try to deceive.
All right, Angel's gonna try to insight.
Angel into getting me this bear.
I may want to have to warn you. Angel has a +5 in her intelligence.
I'm not expecting this to work, but this is what we silence would try to do.
I know. Oh, 15.
All right, yeah, I don't make it.
And she goes, "Okay, why do you really want the bear?"
Well, what do you mean? Why was my answer not satisfactory?
No, and you were here when Numi wanted the black bear. She just needed a lore point, and I think she has one now.
Fine. I'll wait. I guess Numi will get it herself then. In that case, I need a lock of trickery. Do you have one?
Oh, definitely. It's my last one, but I can definitely give it to you, no problem.
What's the cost?
Just a lore point, remember?
Is it not purchasable with money?
Yeah, but it's about like 2,000 gold.
2,000 gold. That's. Well, I'm gonna cut my losses. I will take it. I can't. I don't have time to waste. I don't have time to haggle. Let's just take it.
She gives you a lock of trickery.
Cool. All right. I turn around and leave without saying another word. Well, I will say thanks for the work. Thanks for the work on the wagon. I rush off. I make it very obvious that I'm in a rush.
The bag starts to wiggle in your position.
I run faster.
All right. The moment you're literally outside, you see a pink burnt hand coming out. What happened? Where? Oh wait, I'm
going to.
Yeah, he got out.
His mouth. He got out of the rope.
He got out of the rope easily.
All right. I'm going to lift him by his shoe. I'm going to start nonchalantly walking towards our home.
What? Hey, how you doing? Oh my God! Why are you walking me with it like this?
Hey. Do you remember 5 seconds ago when you were on fire and burning?
I remember that part. Yes.
Do you remember who put you out?
It was you, I think. Was it?
Wasn't that a nice thing to do?
Yes, very nice thing. What do you want?
Good. I take him and slam him against the nearest wall. Talk!
Oh, Alright. Do you do it in the dark alley? Or do you want to do it out in the open?
I do it. I'm walking nonchalantly in a beeline towards our home.
Perfect.
And whether this brings me out in the open or not, I do not care. This is a bear.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Place yourself where you think this is happening.
This is a stuffed toy. So if
You're over here.
This way, I'm probably crossing this gate and slamming the bear against the wall of this building.
Okay, so the moment that happens, cutscene. In a dark room, across from where Weave is interrogating the bear, there is a figure sitting in a leather couch, enjoying a cup of red wine.
This man's day is about to be ruined.
And you hear from his servant, Master. Yes, yes, Varantunden. You said to report if anything strange is happening. Why, yes. Now, what do you see? Outside of your window, sir, right now there is a cat man strangling a pink bear. You must be joking. No, sir. I would tell you to take a look, but the sun would hurt you. The vampire just shrugs and says, the vampire man just shrugs and says, just keep an eye on it for me. Back to you.
Talk!
Okay.
Why are you following me?
I was asked to.
By who? Your little friend, the what? I don't even know where she's from. Do I know where she's from?
You know she's Scottish, and she's Scottish, and her name's Noomie, and she has bagpipes.
Yeah, the Scottish bagpipe player. I'll continue to walk along the hallway, swinging. I won't hurt him anymore now that he's talking, but I am swinging him wildly by his leg.
Whoa, okay. Yes, it was her. She just wanted to know what you were up to. Whoa.
Spying on me?
Maybe a little, not that much. I wouldn't go spying on you. More like was on fire.
What the hell are you suspecting?
We just wanted to know what you were up to. Is all. Whoa.
Alright. Once I get home, I'm going to walk inside.
All right, you're inside your home. Oh, by the time you actually reach your house, you see boxes, gift wrapped, and was another bunch of other rose bundles and bushes. Seems like the other survivors that were at the that you saved left gifts in front of your home.
That a matter for another time, but I will make a mental note of it. I'm going to march into my room and I will say, like, continue my aggressive tirade. I don't take kindly to snoopers.
I wasn't snooping. I was canoodling. Oh.
Whatever's happening here is obviously between me and that Scottish chick. We're going to have a little talk until that. We're going to have a little talk with her. But until then, you need to stay safe and sound and don't get in my way. I go into my room and I toss him into my lockbox and I lock it with the lock of trickery.
All right. Hold on, let me just move everyone.
So I don't know where my house. Which one's mine? That would be this one. Oh shoot. No, this one.
No, your room's this one.
Shoot. Okay.
Because the one I accidentally put the most bags in.
Yep. And I'm basically opening the chest, tossing him inside, closing it, and locking it.
All right, I'm gonna move him there.
Now be a good little pet and stay until we can get this settled, and I'm gonna leave.
All right. Oh, by the way, Captain Scarples is not around.
What? I would assume that he's with. Oh, he wasn't with Noomie.
Nope.
Where is that? Where is that abomination? I'll look around for a little bit.
All right. Do you look inside the room?
I'll look. Yeah, I'll peek inside.
All right. Noomie's room is a mess.
I mean, messier than she normally leaves it.
It looked like there was a struggle.
Oh. You know what? I'll go inside and observe it a bit more closely.
There are claw marks everywhere in Noomie's room.
Yikes. Are these from Scruffles, I assume?
Scruffles is literally up to Noomie's chest, and Noomie is considered a short human. These are over your head. Claw marks.
I might roll like a nature check or something to see if I can identify these claw marks.
All right. Due to your training, it's going to be with a very low DC.
Excellent. 19.
All right. You were confused at first because you thought they were wolf marks, but you recognized the size of the hands, and sure enough, lichens.
That looks like, oh, you gonna die.
You even see
Alright.
you even see like a you even see some blood on the floor. It looks like Captain Scruffles fought back.
Yeah, went down. He didn't go down without a fight. God, there's way too much things happening at once. I still need to check the safe houses. I'm having a bit of an internal struggle trying to figure out what to do next. A lot of information is coming at me at once.
All right,
Werewolves,
so
lichens, vampires, and this fire, spies everywhere. This is getting too much to handle.
all right,
What I'll do.
all
I
right.
have a few silver pieces, and again, I'm not a perfect person knowing how lichens and werewolves and all that nonsense works. So I'm gonna take a few silver pieces, and I am going to walk to the front door and scatter them around, because I am a superstitious. I understand some superstitions, and probably you have to like stab them with silver, but maybe they run away from it like garlic. So I'm just gonna take my 4 silver pieces, and I'm gonna scatter them across the front of the door to hopefully repel any future lichens.
I'm gonna say this. You're better off turning because of your nature check and the fact you had some training on this. You know that's not gonna do anything.
Won't do anything. Well.
Normally, I will let that slide, but the fact that you're an agent of this type of thing would be kind of insulting to you.
I would not be that stupid.
You would not be that stupid, unfortunately. As much as I would love for that to happen.
Yeah.
You know for a fact, growing some wolfbane would actually be the key, and you actually have some wolfbane seeds in Darvin's room.
Do I not have wolfbane poison right now?
You do actually.
I have what do I have? Yeah, I have 4 darts of wolfbane.
Yep.
I'm gonna check the other rooms to see if there's any other struggles happening there.
Go ahead. Whose room do you
perception?
use? Perception.
I'm checking both of them, but I'll probably start with this one since there might be a frog there, and like I mean, I don't care about some magic mumbo jumbo, but if a normal frog like got themselves ganked, I might feel bad for it.
You don't have to roll for it. Ray's bed has been flipped, and the aquarium of the where the frog was has been destroyed. The frog's literally hopping around the room. Yeah, someone's been inside here.
Oh jeez, is the frog okay?
The frog's fine, thank God. May has to do with the fact that it's poisonous.
I would have thrown fucking hands.
Ray, the fact that your frog was poisonous is the reason why they didn't touch it.
What about here?
Yeah, same thing in Darvin's room. They went to town looking for something.
Damn.
Speaking of which,
All right.
speaking of which, You guys mind if I switch back to you guys?
Yeah, I was just gonna say my organization comes first. I'm making a note of this, but I'm gonna go to the other safe houses now.
All right. We're gonna pick you up at the safe house. Is that okay with you, Weave?
Sounds fine.
All right, guys. You guys are at the store. Snowflake still looks like a horror show.
I'll get her fixed up.
All right.
We'll turn go right now. To get the clothing, the cloth.
Cloth. Everyone's still very wounded from the fight. Still very wet from the cold. Very wet from the ocean, but still getting... You guys are getting cold. Because of the fact you're wet. And it's still, winter frost in every direction.
Well then... I guess we'll just have to go to a tavern.
What do you guys want to do?
I need to go to a store that has
Cloth?
fabric so I can mend Snowflake.
Sure enough, you do find a... oddly enough, I was kind of hoping this would happen. You find not only a place that sells fabric and whatnot, but it's also a teddy bear maker place.
Hey, what bear?
A teddy bear maker.
Can they like fix her?
Do you go in?
Yeah.
You see an old man, very old man, clearly in his 60s, thick round glasses, and a balding head on top, with a fluffy white hair on every direction. And he looks at you and says, "Well, hello there, darling. Oh my God, what happened to that sweet thing?"
Fire. Lots of fire. She is very, very brave and courageous, so she got in the way of a bit of some, battles.
Snowflake would say, "Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Ooh. Normally I would charge a considerable fee, but that is abomination. I shall not live in my toy store. Give me here.
All right. She gently
He's
hands over.
offended by how damaged it is.
He is offended. He literally, sure enough, he actually starts pulling out some tools.
What
he's...
war-torn village did you drag this out of?
What kaiju fight did you put this thing through? Oh my goodness. He stares...
Kaiju fight?
He stares at the Snowflake for a moment and looks confounded. And he seems to like... If I do this wrong, I may have destroyed the bear completely. If I do this right...
What?
1 second. And
Wait, maybe I'll just fix her.
What? No. Hearsay. 1 second. Trust in old Ben.
I got this.
He's going to do something.
That's like when you go through a surgeon and you're like, as a surgeon, I'm obligated to tell you the risks.
All right. Sure enough, as he literally pulls excuse me, let me try this again. He literally yells, "Mr. Vaza!" And a large orcish woman comes out with a silver trolley. And she goes, "Yours, sir. We have work. Great work ahead of us." And the woman looks over his shoulder and sees Snowflake wave. And she goes, "That bear looks like husband. We must work."
What?
I'm getting mad scientist vibes from this guy.
Sure enough, they actually gently put Snowflake on the silver trolley, and when they actually go through the room, go, work. We must go. You there? He points at you and says, "Follow me." And the moment you actually follow him and go through 2 doors, you see electrical panels and cloth being woven by wild machines. And oddly enough, Dryad, of course you would predict what I was going for. Fuck you. You feel like you're in a laboratory.
Hell yeah. That's 3 for 3 on DM predictions. Same brain, Angel. Same brain.
Alright. What do you want to say, Ender?
I just said, what?
He goes, "Not to worry, dearie. What'll make your... What is it called again?"
Her name's Snowflake.
We'll make her up and span in no time. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Olga? I just realized her name is Olga, and I called her something else. And she goes, yes, we shall fix Bear. Bear shall look good. 1 second.
You'll make Bear harder, better, faster, stronger. We have the technology.
We had the technology.
Robo-Bear.
Robo-Bear. And sure enough, they lay down Snowflake on a table, and Snowflake actually starts looking scared when she turns her head to you.
Wait, maybe I think you're scaring her.
Not what I did. Tell you what, this procedure does not allow a clean workspace, but does require your bear to be calm. Tell you what, you go to her. You go to her. Yes, yes. Do you go to Snowflake to calm her down?
Yes, I do. I want to hold her little paw.
Or-
That which remains of her little paw.
You reach down to her paw and you squeeze, and you actually hear the best way to describe it was it sounds like when you grab your hands full of Frosted Flakes and crunch it.
Ooh, I don't think that's a good sound.
No, it isn't.
I pretend to not notice, and I just smile and go.
And sure enough, suddenly the bear toy maker and Olga pops out, looking like Krunk and Yzma, looking like Krunk and Yzma with the doctor attire around their faces and everything, and they start working on your bear. Your bear starts calming down. Your Snowflake starts calming down significantly, and more so as she slowly but surely starts coming back to normal. They remove some fluff. They add in some more extra fluff. They replace the eyes and actually add in some more bluer eyes that actually shimmer and shine. This one only you can tell the cost of the fabric will actually cost you a lot. The fact that they're doing this for free, it seems like they're doing it mainly just to see if they can do it and how good of a job they can do it. It seems like the way they talk to each other is it seems like it's like a challenge for them. It's like, yes, there. Now make sure you interweave the weave right there. Yes, perfect. Now, extend the ears, make them fluffy. Yes, good job, Olga. Yes, very good. And sure enough, when they pull away from you, this took only 15 minutes. Snowflake looks brand freaking new.
Yo.
Oh my goodness, thank you! I want to hug the well, I guess he's not a doctor, but I'm gonna call him doctor, because that's basically that's just what I said.
Oh, you're welcome, dearie. Much helpful, much helpful. Normally we consider a charging fee, but considering you brought in one of these rare bears in, it was a treat to work with. The fact, if you have any more like this, bring him in. We'll charge you this next time for sure, but this time it was on the house.
Oh yes, for sure. Thank you, really. I do have more. They probably will need help in the future.
Not to worry.
I tend to get in trouble sometimes.
It was grand. I never get my hands on these type of bears before, and the fact that I got to work on one was grand. I went to Scottish for some reason.
Thank you so much for the help. Both Snowflake and I really appreciate it.
Me and Olga was very happy. Isn't that right, Olga? Yes, very happy.
Oh no, it removed.
All right.
Thank you. I will definitely be coming back.
All right, Ray and Storm, what you guys were doing while this was all happening?
I'm selling my shit.
All right, where are you selling your shit to?
Magic shop person.
All right, let's go to their store. The Alchemist Apothecary or
The one that I made the deal with before.
all right, I'll show you. Sure, remove the divination spell from the pipe. All right.
Ah, love them.
Because I was.
I need to sell my. I need to give her the fucking pearls though.
You gave her the 2 large pearls, and she did as
Oh, I already did this.
Yes.
Wonderful.
I'm a good DM, I remember.
Thank you. I need to go and see the fucking Lord.
The ward?
The Lord of this place again.
Sure enough, as soon as you come out of the magic shop, you see 2 guards that seem to be looking for you.
Yalla.
Oh, Miss, Elven Smoke, I believe?
Yeah, that's
You're requested at the Lord's presence immediately.
Yep. Go on. I'll follow.
Alright. Does anybody else want to follow, or you just let Fawynn go by herself?
I guess I'll follow suit.
Alright.
If you guys want to be privy to the danger and dumb shit you're about to witness, be my guest. But, that's
Noomie-
your issue, not mine.
Noomie, do you want to follow as well? And now that you came out with your brand new bear?
Yes, please.
By the
We
way,
was there to witness the collateral damage about to happen.
yes. Sure enough, you guys actually go to the Lord's house, and before you were allowed to enter, a noble. Hold on, I gotta get her name. The noble. Remember the noble that helped you earlier, Darvin?
Yeah.
She's there as well, and she sees you guys damage the whole hell. It's like, oh dear, what happened to you? And you? The bear looks significantly fine, but what happened to you, Miss Noomie?
Me?
Yes, you look like shit.
We.
Not beating around that bush.
I'm fine. Just we were fighting.
It's alright, just put a bandage
Like
on.
usual.
All right, she casts a spell on all of you to heal you up some. So 1 second. What's her level? Hold on. Alright, so 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. You guys heal 31 points of HP.
Each,
Or
or like,
more than enough.
let this me open the thing in the mobile.
She'll even
Thank you. I feel much better now.
cast a spell to dry up your clothes so you don't come in wet. And she says, alright.
No, that's just convenient.
I'm just gonna look at her and nod and go, I like you.
Okay.
You're a good one.
Well, thank you. Fawynn, you notice that she's half-elf.
Hello,
It's like, wait,
friend.
keep my hair wet. Keep my hair wet, it's exfoliating.
Exfoliating.
No, I haven't put a hair mask on it, okay?
Ah.
I was like, no way, you just said exfoliating hair.
I know, right?
Well, you think I'm someone who knows fashion?
This
Oh.
is fashion! That's not fashion!
Alright, her name's Rosia Killhall. Or, her name's, Rosia Killhall.
That means nothing to me. I don't care about elves, but thank you.
She's half-elf,
You're
but...
an elf!
I barely care about my own kind. I care about the ones I know.
self-hate right there.
Well, like, I don't know what Angel's trying to imply here.
What?
But
I don't know what Angel's supposed to imply here.
What? No, I was just...
tell you that elf hate isn't
seems
systemic.
a little bit suspicious.
No, I was just letting her know because she's... I mean, whatever. Anywho.
I'm a
Oh,
widow.
she's an elf?
Yeah, because she's a...
What does that mean?
because, no, she...
You don't tell Noomie that every person she happens upon is human.
Well, that's a given.
There's like no.
Oh, I think I know what you guys are going for now. Never mind. No, I was just giving you extra detail. Sorry.
You just noticed what we were saying.
Oh, I have a whole...
Elven lady.
half elf. Anywho, the reason why I mentioned this because Ray is a mercenary elf, and a lot of elves don't work in higher half elves or elves in her point of view work in hierarchy. You know what? The hierarchy.
Hierarchy.
Yes, hierarchy.
Higher in the hierarchy.
Higher the hierarchy. So I thought maybe
The
that's
highest of arcs.
the highest. Yes. So anywho, you guys are met with Captain Lips Raw.
What?
Captain Lips Raw. Yeah, I'll spell out his name for you.
Raw.
He was there when you guys first arrived.
Freaking winner.
Hello, we've been called to see the dude.
Yes, yes, quite.
His lordship.
Yes, we've
Tell
been.
him.
All three of us have actually been expecting you. Seems things have taken a dire turn. Please come in, please. And sure enough, you guys see the Lord sipping on some tea. while he's waiting for you on his dinner hall. The dinner hall seems to be a very nice golden marble sheen around the room. And sure enough, every time you look at the plants and pots, it seems to be covered in lavender and some weird, very deep green and with red roses type of bush around the as well, mixed in with the lavender. He goes, Miss Elven Smoke, am I correct?
Hey, yeah, are we joining you for dinner?
If you wish, I'd be happy to have such.
Fawynn is going to slump in a chair and gesture over to whoever is serving and go, I like wine with my food, thank you. And then gesture for the Lord to continue.
The servant nods and looks at your other friends. Would you like wine as well, sir?
No, I'm good.
Noomie?
Just water for me.
All right.
Please.
Sure enough, he disappears for a moment, and as he gets gathered his thing, the Lord says, well, it seems I've gotten my hands on some dire news.
I'm always kind to ask for the bad news first, so just spit it out.
It seems like in 4 months' time, the vampires will attack in some shape or form of my kingdom.
Vampires?
Yes.
You know, for some strange reason, I have a feeling it may be a little bit sooner.
Really?
Hmm.
Where's this information based from, if you don't mind me saying?
I can't really say specifics, but I'll just say it's a pretty credible source who's given me information in the past, and they may have let slip by accident that they think in about 3 months, maybe?
If you're talking about Blue Feather, she said 2 months.
She said 3.
Yeah. We keep hearing different numbers.
For
Blue Feather 100%
I heard
said 3.
3
I remember
as
it in
well.
my
no, I said 2
my-
because I was looking at the VODs, so I said 2.
I think my handler, I think Raymond said 2, Angel said 3, and now this guy's saying 4.
Okay, let me go back to you. Angel said 2, Raymond said 3, Strong to the Strong said 2.5, and now you're getting 4.
Okay, I'm gonna change what I said then because I've apparently been misinformed. I'm going to say that I've heard some whisperings from networks here and there. I've heard different numbers. I've heard 2, 2.5, 3, and now 4 from you. But it seems like 4 is a big leap from the other things I've heard.
Because of your mercenary mind, Ray, I want you to roll a history with advantage.
1, 2. Yep.
All right. You think this may be a campaign of misinformation?
Considering how many different things I've heard, I think it could be intentionally misleading.
Where are these other sources, if you don't mind me asking, Miss Elven Smoke?
I don't mind you asking.
I super mind.
I mind you asking. I couldn't have the network I have if I said names, if you understand.
He leans back immediately, nodding, understanding, due to your profession.
Yeah. I'll just say, I think the best thing here is to take it with a pinch of salt and prepare for immediate issues. Just get everything ready as soon as possible, because it seems like we are being purposely misinformed.
As soon as you said that, your wine arrives. Ender, your clean water arrives, and Storm, your tea arrives. And
Fancy.
sure enough, all the cups are filled with all the cups that have been filled with liquid are a black ebony color, and a large tray. Best way I can explain it is a sub filled with all types of meats and lettuces and cheeses being wheeled in and slashed to bite-sized handles and given around the table. Ender, do you drink your water?
Yes.
It is
That's a suspicious question.
It is amazingly,
Yeah.
it is amazingly clean. How clean this water is, and how cold it is, and refreshing it is.
We only use the cleanest poisons in this house.
And sure enough,
This water's really good.
roll perception check.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I heard another name, so it's like, okay.
By the way, the captain lips.
Holy water. That's why it tastes so good.
It is holy water. Yes.
Hold on. Perception.
It is holy water. I'm gonna because you figured it out already. I'm gonna say it is holy water.
Oh,
Oh, baby.
I already rolled the flips.
Oh, perfect. Then you actually get this as well. It's clean. You can tell that there was even a cover on top of your cup, on everyone's cup. You think the reason why they did that is to avoid anyone poisoning your drinks. So they're being very, very careful around here.
That's pretty cool. I will jump in. I've worked in 1 or 2 religious institutions before. I'll let you know that IRL, holy water, is typically one of the dirtiest kinds of water you can have.
Oh yeah, I
It's so funny.
I know.
remember because Angel said it earlier.
I know. In real life, holy fountains and whatnot are a disgusting mess. But let's avoid that for this scenario. Oddly enough, actually.
Fantasy world, Dryad. Stop being logical.
I'm just saying.
He just wanted to get clout.
Clearly, someone in that castle knows purify food and water. I'm just saying.
Clearly. Then, with this information, he leans back once more, taking a bite of his sandwich, and looks at you and says, "Seems I may have to hire you."
Sorry, me?
Huh? Me?
Yes, seems I may have to hire you, Miss Elven Smoke, if your mercenary credentials are available.
Retiring.
Did you say hire me or hurry me? Because
Hire. H-I-R-E.
Okay, hire me. Okay,
Cute dollar signs in the eyes. Cha-ching.
yeah, genuinely, she's just gonna do like the money gesture with your hand, like while you're like changing bills, you know?
You're like rubbing your hands together, like.
No, you know, like the gesture where like you
Slap
do the gesture
myself.
like money with your hands, like you're clicking, but you're not.
Oh
I
yes,
don't know
yes, I
how
know.
else to do
It's
it. Yeah,
it's the universal like give me tip, motherfucker.
yeah, that one. I'm gonna make that gesture and say, well, if you can afford it, and you know, if it's my kind of job, I'm interested.
Very well. And of course I can afford it, provided I still live. He jokes and gives a worried look for a second. I need you to figure out exactly when this attack is going to happen. And from who.
Okay.
And if even so, I'll give you a bonus intake if you take care of it yourself, which I doubt you can, considering we have a lot of issues. By the way, the captain, Lips Raw, is still in there, making sure he's like walking around, making sure no one comes in that's not supposed to come in, like extra security work.
Spelled differently, but I love the idea that he's just constantly like, "Ah, my lips are so raw.
Well,
they're tender and sore."
with this in mind, I may need access to some things.
Such as
First off, the library. I'm gonna need that.
you already have. You mean the
I
public?
don't know what restrictions there are.
Do you mean the
but
public?
I'm gonna need to take. Yes.
Do you mean the public library, or do you mean the castle library?
Yep. I was gonna ask if there's any private libraries. They would be really helpful.
I do. You will definitely have access to my personal library.
Perfect. Do you have any sort of information network?
Oddly enough, yes, it's with Lipsraw over here. Captain Lipsraw over here.
Hi, friend. She's just gonna turn around while she sips her wine and just be like, "Okay, you and me are buds now. We shall be having a conversation." Anything else that you think could be helpful at all? She'll turn back around and like gesture to the Lord.
We finally diagnosed the. Do you remember?
Yes.
Do you remember
Yes,
the papers that you got from from Spells War. Or War Spells.
War spells?
You remember the vampire that you can discern that whose side he's on? It seems to have a rapport. Back in the cave with the skull.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, we have good news and bad news.
Just hit me with the bad news first. Do it.
It seems someone destroyed the papers.
Great.
But the good news is we already deciphered much about the papers already.
Wonderful.
It's in fact how we got information about the 4 months. Actually.
Just as an information, here. Are you saying someone destroyed the papers while they were in your care?
Yes, unfortunately. A
So
disturbing.
someone managed to infiltrate.
Yes, which explains the extra security, as you may have noticed around here.
Yeah. Am I able to look at where these were located beforehand, please?
We actually have a detective working on it right now, but you can bother him if you wish to look over.
I would love to.
Very well. You will have access to the alchemist room.
Thank you. But yes, so you were saying about what you deciphered. Please continue.
Yes, it seems that they was taking a survey of all the possible nuances. By that I mean players of the field. Seems more than one group of vampires are taking interest of my kingdom. And by that I mean the Camarilla, which is known as the Masquerade, the Vendorians. I believe Thomas is in the lead of that one.
Yeah.
In the Sword of Cain.
Yeah.
The leader of that one, I believe, is called Piotr.
Yeah. I remember telling you that.
It
So
seems.
yes, that's correct information.
It seems Spell War seems to be in cahoots with all three of them. Is a plain field.
Okay. Can I ask you about the 4 months? Do you know how have you deciphered the 4 months? Is that with the age of the papers in mind, or?
The information of the papers lean towards that this has all happened in 4 months, which is the holiday of Strangrella,
Okay.
which will happen in 4 months' time. Also, it seems like vampires are no longer a problem.
Oh. Please enlighten me.
It seems we've been dealing with skinwalkers.
Aye. Okay.
Anyone here that wants to roll a nature or history with the term skinwalker?
Is it possible they were the things he was telling me about with the connection to Min?
Men?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm excited to hear about this.
Wait, let me message you.
No.
1 second.
At first it was just vampires, but due to the holy war, the vampires are being pushed out of town.
So something else is moving in.
No, just roll history or nature, all three of you, please.
Well, I don't know shit.
Oh, he's not here. He isn't here, is he? Or is he?
No, Min is
I'm
not here.
I'll take it.
All right. Anyone that I got above 10? Noomie, you still haven't rolled yet.
Sorry, I just got back. What?
Noomie, you need to roll for history. Just to find out the term.
Roll that saving throw, Noomie.
No.
No.
I only listen to Angel. Oh, freak.
Please, okay. Noomie, you didn't get this unfortunately, but everyone else on the table did. Skinwalker is a term for.
I'm enjoying this water.
Skinwalker is a term, another term for lycanthrope.
Okay.
Oh no.
Frickin' furry dog, says the Tabaxi player.
What were you saying before we started this session? You want to go
What?
back to that?
What?
Anywho, he says,
What?
the skinwalkers have been apparently... We're not sure if they work for the vampires, since they have in the past. But we're not sure what they're doing. It seems they're attacking random people. At least we thought at first. But unfortunately,
Town?
In the town, yes. But unfortunately, we started putting the pieces together. They are not attacking random people as we thought they were. It seems like everyone you rescued seems to be their targets.
Oh god, okay.
Oh.
That seems more like it's going to be a Unicorn Hope family issue than it is vampire issue.
What do you mean?
I
believe
don't know
that,
why vampires would selectively choose people that we rescued, but I know someone who would.
Yeah.
Politely.
This seems like a hit squad of sorts.
Yeah.
If you find them and deal with them, or in fact report their whereabouts, unfortunately holy water does not affect lycanthropes due to their...
What about Wolfsbane?
Wolfsbanes, if you can get your hands on it, which, good luck now, since the fact that the word of lycanthropes are around town. If you get your hands on any wolf...
Before this happened.
Yeah, you got them before it happened. So if you can get your hands on some, they'll be worth more than gold at this point.
I mean, are you needing some?
I'm sorry, say what?
Are you needing some?
We've already bought a good stock for ourselves. Just in
I
case.
see. Well,
Okay,
you know, considering you are needing my services, I may need to access a little bit of that to help out with that situation.
Unfortunately, this is where I cannot budge easily, young Elven Smoke. My guards need to make sure they can protect the people.
It's not ideal.
that's fair, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I try. Don't blame me. Okay.
Any other questions before you are moving on? By the way, if anyone take a bite of their sandwich, they heal,
Already have full
Depression.
health.
They heal depression.
you take 18 points of healing because of the sandwich.
You take 18 points of
I
healing
definitely
damage?
take the whole sandwich before we even go anywhere.
You take you take the rest of the sub with you, Ender, is what you're saying?
Oh my god.
I will take everyone else's foods too. Like I'm assuming that since they're subs, I just like stuff them in my arms and I'm like holding them in my arms and
Oh
I've got
my
one in my
gosh.
mouth.
Five.
You know what?
Silver. 5 silver.
Long. You know what? The king just watches you just walk away with his sub and going, I was going to, you know what? While Noomie walks away, pieces of sub just hits the floor.
I just see in my brain Numi employing the bears to like march around the table and collect all the sandwiches in their little pouches for later.
Oh.
She doesn't have any of them except Snowflake, but I don't think Snowflake has any pouches.
Snowflake is the only bear that doesn't have any pouches, unfortunately.
Radical. Okay, before we move on, good sir, I have something that may be assistance of you. So I understand you do not like the Unicorn Hope family, the Iron family, whatever their name is.
None whatsoever.
I may have some information on them that you may be excited to have.
Go on. He leans forward as his interest is
He's
peaked.
gonna slap 3 diaries on the table.
Oh shit!
Oh, not the diaries!
Oh.
Burn
Yeah,
them!
copied,
I'm about to burn those diaries.
Alright.
They're both
She's going to pop
they're both
her
some
hands
of
on
their
top of the
words.
diaries. Pop her hands on top of the diaries and say, I'm willing to sell you these for you to copy them. I need a copy of them back. But I'm willing to sell them to you as long as you can give me a copy back.
He literally opens up the book. One of the books. Huh. Strange. This is... Wait.
Yep.
You didn't. How did you
I
get your
did.
hands on this?
Let's just say, very quickly.
Right. You know what? I will have my scribes work on it immediately.
I do have one more that may be of interest to you, and
What's-
she's going to take out the Maya diary.
All
And go,
right.
I have not even read this myself yet, but I do know it is his mother.
The Silver family.
Yes.
Is it true?
I will need a copy, but I'm happy to sell it to you.
For all 4 diaries, he's willing to buy them for 500 gold.
Okay. I would need 1 copy of each. I will need 2 copies of the Maya one, and
Alright.
then the 500 gold is fine. I'm happy with that.
All right, he'll accept this. He'll need a day or 2 to have the scribes work on this. He hands the books to Lipsraw. And Captain Lipsraw does take the books and actually takes them.
Wonderful. I'm not gonna remove them from my inventory. I will just not add any when I get them back.
So you have okay.
I cannot be asked to remove them from my inventory and then put them back in next time.
All right, all right. It will take a couple of days, but sure enough, he hands you. He claps his hands a couple of times, and a servant with a hefty bag of gold comes up and walks to you and hands it to you. 500 gold pieces.
Thank you, thank you. I'll take that and pop that in my Lucy locket.
All right. Oh, by the way, Noomie's already gone. Snowflake's actually helping her carry this load with her new clean paws.
Let's go.
All right. The Lord says meeting's adjourned and thank you very much.
Before anyone leaves, I'm gonna point over to the captain that he said was the information network and go, you, me, drinks, and a chat. Yes.
Very well. Very well. I'd be happy to. When would you want to do it?
When are you free, I guess.
When you want to do it, so forward.
I know a good bar called the Black Ley Line.
I like what you're saying. Keep talking.
Meet me there at 8 o'clock tonight.
Perfect. I'll be there. Thank you.
All right. All right, Darvin. All right. As everyone's
Before she leaves, she's gonna come back and go, drinks are on you, right?
Oh my god.
roll persuasion check.
Pardon?
Roll persuasion check.
No, it takes like an extra kind of like boss ass bitch to
Oh
for 500 gold and then turn around and be like, you're paying for these drinks.
All right. Did you just lucky it?
Yeah, I did.
Question: How you already used your lucky back on the boat, and that was your last luck, and you haven't rested yet.
Oh shit! I've not used my lucky bot. I
You're
am
out of
proficient
luck.
in persuasion, so give me a second. That doesn't help. Fuck it.
9.
Actually, no. Actually, no. You tie.
I tie.
Tied.
Player wins. If it meets, it beats.
Yo, player wins ties.
All right.
This is
He
not
blinks.
without consequences.
He blinks for a couple of moments. He doesn't know how to feel, and just reluctantly nods.
Okay, bye. And then she's just gonna run.
All right.
I
Darvin.
would like to
What do you want to do?
take one of these sandwiches to the temple.
All right. The temple. The temple is actually not far from here.
All right. It's like over here, right?
Hold
or
on.
is it here?
It's this one. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna give a big thank you for the help last time.
All right. You're in the temple. The temple once again is still very clean, very cordial. The smell of sage and frankincense hits your nose. And who do you give thanks to?
I don't know who it was who helped me, so how many
Thanks,
sandwiches do I
Mom.
have?
I'd like to thank the Academy.
Okay, so
they don't like food very much, so I'll just split one sandwich into 5 pieces.
all right. The
'Cause
sub is
I
actually
don't
big
wanna
enough
leave
for
a
this.
sandwich for all of them and then they'd be like, "Oh freak, I don't like your stupid sandwich."
All right. So, all 5 gods?
Mhm.
Alright,
If
so
there's
that's...
5, if there's more,
There's
I'd be
5, there's
working
5.
one sandwich.
Well, it seems you got favor from one god. But we'll come back to that later.
Good.
We'll
Yo,
come back...
is this liver work? Shit!
She... What is this elven
Alright,
sound?
thank you. Bye. She waves as she runs out of the temple with her poor little
I
snowflake running
imagine
after her.
there's like a mirror image of this playing of just like Fawynn and Noomie doing the exact same thing at the same time. With the okay, bye, and then the little scuttle away.
And while that is happening, Darvin, you felt your cloak tugged.
Hello?
Hey, I'm Muriel. Are you Darvin?
Yeah.
Alright,
Can I help you?
I got a letter for you.
Oh, okay, sure.
Leprechaun?
So yeah.
The letter is P.
Okay, and she goes, and she lifts her hand up to you with an empty palm. Do you pay her?
Okay, how much is it?
It depends on you.
Follow the font school. Roll persuasion on that.
Do you-
No, well, not because I realized it's a courier job.
Yep.
I'll go ahead.
Return the sender.
I'll go and give the 2 gold.
2 gold pieces. She goes, all right, thank you, my lordship. And she waves off. Bye. And thanks again for saving my family. Bye.
Wait, hey, wait. What do you mean by that?
Muriel was the girl that was at your house earlier. She dropped off roses. Remember?
Oh, that's right.
Do you look in the? Okay, sure enough, there's a letter addressed to you. Well, it's addressed to Big Fish Guy. Do you open it up?
Oh yeah.
All right. What does it say?
All right. Short. Sorry, let me try that again. It's a letter from Strong to the Strong, and it says, right. Well, just to make sure we meet each other, there's a bar called the Black Ley Line. We can meet each other tonight. There, if you wish. Bring in your best.
All right, then.
By the way, do you like tuna? Would that be cannibalism?
Do you like tuna?
Oh, Black Ley Line. I'll just have to around town for that.
Remember,
I go over there, however, I want to go and stop by the bank, see if that guy that we made the deal with the Black Pearl thing is there.
Sure enough, yeah, there is the black cloak figure at the bank. Still waiting.
We have no pearls.
Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna explain why.
All right. Do you even share the location of that deep hole that you found, or do you just keep that to yourself?
I'm gonna go ahead and mention it. Yeah.
I have some bad news.
So what do you tell him exactly?
Well, first off, am I talking to the actual guy that like hired us, or?
Yeah, you're actually talking to Gold Digger.
Okay, cool. Alright, so our operation had a little snag.
Go on.
So, okay, I don't know how to explain this, but there's a guy, or someone I knew. He kind of went ahead and sabotaged our little expedition in active espionage.
Saboteur, you say?
Yes.
Mm.
I do believe I did find a possible location being a deep underwater pit.
Yo, I hope Davrin gets all the money for this now.
He's not happy with the fact that there's a saboteur. But do you remember the payment of agreement of the acknowledgement of the location of the possible Black Pearl? Did you see the Black Pearl in that location?
I don't believe so.
None of you did.
Yeah, but that is one possible location it could be. It's deep enough that I can imagine why many of your previous employees have passed away there.
He's not happy with this at all. I did not ask for possibilities. I asked for the exact location of the Black Pearl.
I understand that. However, with the Saboteur, it made it. There was a change of plans, since we had to leave the area.
Could I have followed him to this conversation, considering that we both left at the same time?
Sure, why not?
Can I jump in and shout at him and say, okay, well, you got information because we came back alive. That's more than anyone else has done.
Roll persuasion. That's actually a good point.
I only give good points.
Perception.
I'll play.
Fuck.
That is perception. Ooh.
It's minus a 2, fuck it. My persuasion's a
17.
4.
Well,
Yeah, so 2.
I will only pay half of what they agreed upon.
That's fine.
That's fair, yeah.
All right, everyone in the group gets 300 gold.
Everyone in the group?
Oh.
That includes you, Dryad. You'll get your money later. Don't worry, but just give yourself 300 gold now.
I assume it's like, like deposited in our bank or whatever.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say it's deposited in your bank, but you can just withdraw at any time.
Yeah.
Just make sure you just add it on yourself right now, because I only write down what you actually deposited in the bank. And he doesn't leave with a word. He just seems like he's not happy.
I don't really blame him. But I mean, we had to get out of there alive. So.
All right. At this point, everyone starts heading home. Am I correct?
No, then I
Wait,
have a
what time
to-do
is
list.
it?
Yeah, what
I
time
have a
is it?
little to-do list.
What is your to-do list
I
in there?
have to go to first, Blue Feather. You said I had a lower point, right?
You have a valid point because of your actions that you
No.
took. So yes.
I do want to go to Blue Feather, and then after I go to Blue Feather, I must quickly stop at the library to search for one thing and one thing only.
What is the one thing you're looking for?
The Immortal Machine.
Ah,
I know I've already met her, but I don't remember.
All right.
Alright. Wait a moment.
Oh,
Jeez, I'm
Oh.
tiny.
Sneaky bee.
I was baby.
All right.
Hi,
You Blue Feather waves. And it's like, hey, your friend was here.
You know what I'm here for, don't you?
Yep. You want the last one?
Yep. And I just
Oh god,
slapped
she's
the
gonna
low
she's
point down on the
gonna
counter.
tell Angel's gonna tell her I tried to get it.
Yep, she is. By the way, your other friend here was earlier tried to get her hands on your last bear. Said he was going to try to deliver it to you.
Other friend.
Yeah, the kitty one.
Oh, we said she came to try to get it?
Yeah, she seemed to she seemed to be having a lot on her mind actually. But sure enough, Blue Feather reaches.
I won't judge her for it, but that is suspicious.
Yeah.
I'll ask her later.
She reaches down, pulls out a black teddy bear, and she goes, "This one's Hodasho."
What's his name?
Hodasho.
Hodasho.
And he looks at you. He seems to be a little thicker than most of the other bears, and I mean, like, he's supposed to look like a muscle-bound bear. And when he speaks, he goes, "Guten Tag, Arayo Sonete. Hodasho is here for the show."
Guten Tag, Hodasho.
"Guten Tag, you seem strong. We wrestle, yeah?"
I hope I am. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
He immediately jumps on you and tries to wrestle you. Ah!
Hey, she pulls him off because he's like just a bear.
Yeah, he is. All right.
And she's like, "That's not very nice. No
Oh.
wrestling right now.
Oh,
We
no.
have business to attend to."
No bell, no bell. Okay. Come, horror show is ready. Tell me what bell is at.
You can wrestle with chaos later.
Me like the chaos.
Thank you, Angel. Or not Angel, Blue Feather. Blue Feather.
Angel, blue feather works. Don't worry, dear. Take care.
Okay. Have
All
a
right.
good day. I'll probably be back later. If I don't find anything on the Immortal Machine, I'm gonna come harass you more.
Did you just really just yell that?
Did I really just what?
Never mind.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Roll a history to look for the information on the immortal machine.
Okay, right. Hopefully it's in alphabetical order.
And then like you like crit fail and you like read up on like the horrors of the industrial like machines on children. You're like, oh, it was the immoral machine.
Immortal machine.
God darn it! Just a tiny spelling error. You go down a real wiki rabbit hole.
So, sure enough, it takes you a while to actually find anything on the immortal machine, but you do find something. It seems like it is something with the nobles. Spread rumor about the Iron Hope family that was possibly built with the Silver family and the Gold family. But that's all you really found on it publicly. And there's a rumor
Gold family and what?
So Iron family, Silver family, and Golden family.
All right.
Seem to have built this machine.
And they built it?
Seem to have built this machine. But there's a rumor that they did to control the land. But since it was never found, it's still stayed as propaganda rumor. And right now it is 5 p.m. Everyone starts heading home, I'm guessing.
All right. What time is everyone meeting at the bar?
8 o'clock.
All right. Hopefully I don't fall asleep before
I have a little couple things to do as well.
What do you want to do?
First off, I head to the library.
Alright.
I would like to search for everything in reference to vampires and the lycanthropes, please.
Sure enough. I'll let you do that. Put yourself at the library while everyone else goes home. So we'll come back to you in a moment, okay, Fawn? Just get ready to roll history. Actually, roll it now.
Where the fuck is the library?
Near the temple.
Solid. Do you want me to roll one for vampires and lycanthropes, or one each?
One each.
Okay. Vampire roll.
Ooh.
Lycan roll. Fuck.
Alright. When you guys arrive home, you guys, we'll come back to you in a moment, Fawn. When you guys arrive home together, Darvin and Noomie, you see Wave Silence. Wave Silence, where are you? Are you coming out of the house or coming into?
I would have been checking out. Is this like as I'm leaving to go to the safe houses?
As you're leaving to go to the safe houses, yes.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, I would be leaving, and if I were to see, let me think about this. I thought I would have been gone by now, but if I catch them, I'm gonna think about what I would do for a second.
There's a lot of boxes in front of you, by the way, because of gifts.
I'm
Hold
sure
on, I
there
gotta
are a
pull
lot
in
of
stuff
boxes.
real quick.
Yeah.
I gotta pull the earrings out. Hold on. Put my hair back.
Gosh,
Get-
okay.
get my scrunchie.
I was hoping to talk to Noomie about this after I settle with the safe houses, but
Tell you what. If you really want to do it after the safe houses, we can do that. Say that you just missed each other.
Yeah, it's like
I mean,
you
I figured we could miss each
say
other. I would
you went out the
probably
back
miss
door.
them.
or the back window.
There's no windows.
I feel like Wave Silence would, just because she could.
I would probably try to avoid them. Like I would try, like if I saw them approaching, I would probably sneak out some other way or slip out before they could see me.
All right.
Maybe we'll do a stealth check.
All right. So sure enough, you guys miss each other, and you're heading to your second safe house, which ironically is actually not too far from where you're at.
Yep. I'm sure they're gonna see the nightmare that is happening at home, and I want to not be there for it.
Yeah, the moment you guys actually arrive back into
you
your
don't want
rooms.
to know what I will do to get chaos back.
Anywho, you go to the safe house, and sure enough, you see a few cloaked figures just standing in front of the door. That would be Dryad for Dryad right now.
Yeah, Colt. Yeah, from the organization, right?
Yeah, you can't tell they're from the organization, but you assume they are since they're right in front of the door.
Can I see anything on them?
They seem to be wearing very beige color cloaks. They're human. You can tell that much. They don't seem to be very tall, but they do seem like trained. And roll perception check to see what else you see on them.
I'm going right now. What do they got? What do my cat eyes see? Boing!
Sure enough, you actually do see the necklaces on them. And some weapons on them as well.
Alright. In that case, I will approach them nonchalantly, and I will flash my necklace for recognition and utter some cryptic
one of them puts their hand
catchphrase.
One of them puts their hand on your shoulder and says, What did the wizard cast on his drink before he blew up?"
Do I know the answer, or is this like a funny gag?
You do know the answer because it's literally how your organization started.
Wait, hold that thought. I just got raided, so I need like a second. I'm so sorry. I'm getting poked by a bunch of raiders.
Okay, we'll come back to you in a moment, Dryad. Okay, so Darvin and Noomie, when you guys finally arrive to your homes.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you guys move on with that.
Move into your homes. You do sure enough see some gifts laid out in front of your house. But do you take the gifts inside?
Yeah.
It took you like 5 minutes because there's a lot of boxes and a lot of rose petals and whatnot. But when you actually go in, you actually by the time you actually finally go inside your rooms look like they've been ransacked. Noomie most so than ever.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Noomie, when you come back, you see some gifts in front of your house and some bundles of roses. But when you go inside, you actually can tell that your house has been ransacked.
It was a lie. What? Okay, I want to immediately go to my room and check for Captain Scruffles because.
Alright, I'm returning. I'm excited to see what happens.
Alright, sure enough, Darvin, when you go inside your room, your table is flipped over. Your bed is flipped over. Your vials and whatnot, a good number of them is broken. Noomie, when you go inside your room is destroyed. There's claw marks all over the place.
What the?
Captain Scruffles, are you in here?
Oh, no.
By the way, I don't know if there are any locks on these doors.
I would assume not, since there wasn't any on ours.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I manage to go through them with ease. No one locked their doors.
They were busted wide open, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, no.
Oh, I guess it would have been broken into. Are there locks on these doors? Out of curiosity.
There were.
There were. That's right. All of them are destroyed. Yeah, that makes sense.
Captain Scruffles, are you in here?
You see a chest nearby wiggle.
Captain Scruffles? No? Chaos? Chaos, what are you doing in there? Hold on, I'll get you out. I try to unlock the
locker trickery. Unfortunately, the locker trickery is a lot harder to open. But unfortunately,
what is locker trickery?
Locker trickery is an arcane lock. It's really hard to open. It's like a magic lock.
the locking mechanism
Would
magically
dispel
shifts
magic work
periodically.
on it?
Huh?
Would dispel magic work on it?
Kinda. Yeah, it
Kinda?
would actually.
Okay.
You'll still need to lockpick it once you actually cast a spell.
All right, then. I'll go ahead and cast dispel magic. Then here, I'll just put that there.
All right, now you gotta lockpick it.
All right.
You have lockpicking
I
tools.
don't think I have anything on me directly. Can I go look in Ray's room to see if she has any laying out?
Are you serious?
Yeah, like that maybe somehow got ransacked and thrown on the floor.
You roll survival.
Roll what?
Roll survival.
Okay. Maybe Davrin with his big brain will be able to help me.
Sure enough, you actually do see. You look as like, hey, lockpicking tools. And the moment you actually reach over to look, the poisonous frog picks them up and eats them.
No!
Oh, Froggy, please! I need those! If I give you something yummy in return, please.
Do you wanna roll animal handling?
Sure. Let me find it.
What? The frog looks at you with rounded big eyes, feeling sad for his mistake.
I'm regretful.
And sure enough, hops up to you and vomits the lockpicking tools with slime all over.
You are wearing gloves,
I will
aren't
make
you?
you something super yummy later. I promise. And she.
Rawr.
Okay, hold on. Is the saliva going to be poisonous too?
High or low?
Hi.
You're fine.
Oh. Okay, I go ahead and pick up the lockpick the lockpick set and I run over. Davrin, brain now in the room, and I just run over here.
Bring now. Said the bard to the strong man.
Okay, how do I do this? The silence. I think silence put chaos in here, and now I have to break chaos out, like the prison.
All right. You know you've seen Fawn do it with sleight of hands. You just tell her that.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I've seen Vaughn do something like this with a sleight of hand, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going
it's
to attempt
usually-
to just.
Yeah, it's usually just a thieves' tools check, like a tool.
I guess I'll just try to do what Fawn does. I'm imitating the master.
Oh my god! I forgot that. I
Oh,
forgot
no.
Chaos can do this. Okay. Okay.
Chaos do.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh god! Don't tell me he.
Chaos is gonna break out, just like explode the chest.
No, even better. Hold on. Just keep going. Just keep going. Roll sleight of hand, Noomie.
He's just gonna try to. He's like, what?
Just roll sleight of hand. Shush, shush. Just roll sleight of hand.
Why are there two of them?
Okay.
Why are there two of them?
Shh, shh. Okay, perfect. I was kind of hoping this would happen. So as you struggle with this lock, having no idea how to open it, a second pair of pink hands come out and says, "No, you're supposed to do it like this," and he helps you. Roll with advantage.
What?
Roll with advantage.
Roll on sleight of hand.
With advantage.
I should have just burnt this bear to a crisp.
Okay, one.
All right. The lock is open. The lock is open with Chaos's hand help, and Chaos comes out of the chest saying, "Whew! Well, that was crazy. Whew!
Did you just help yourself escape?
Did I?
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Do that.
You look around for the second Chaos. There is no second Chaos. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
That.
Wait. Huh?
Wait, where's the black bear?
The alternate reality dimension.
The black bear is literally just watching. It's like Horosho does not know what he saw either.
Okay. That was weird.
Huh?
Why were you in there?
That was cartoon logic. Anywho,
Oh man.
he says the kitty lady just put me in there for safekeeping. She says.
For safekeeping, huh? Why are you all burnt?
Oh.
Just
Oh!
flashback to him.
Flashback to him on fire. I was on fire. It was fun.
Oh no. I'll fix you up.
By the way,
Find
Dryad, when you actually go past that building where Chaos actually set the building on fire, it's on fire.
What's on fire?
The building that Chaos set on fire before when you caught him.
It's still on fire?
It's still on fire.
Oh, well, you know what? You know what? God helps those who help themselves. So I'm gonna move on.
Anywho, Chaos goes back to like, unfortunately, he went inside a building. I tried to as well. Caught myself on fire. And while I was screaming Bloody Mary right now, he came out and starts chasing me.
Huh.
Please, I really hope he mentions how I saved his life.
Oh, but I was on fire, by the way, and I mean he did put me out. I think I was on a sugar high, so I couldn't remember. Anybody wants to say anything?
Okay.
I think Ender has to. Okay. Darvin, do you mind if I go back to Dryad for a second?
Oh yeah, sure.
What?
Dryad, you were asked a question. What was the thing?
That's the question. What is it? Yes.
What was the spell that the wizard cast before on his T?
I'm going through my campaign notes.
All right.
Going through my
Can I
campaign
continue
notes.
asking Chaos? Or we don't have to switch back, but can I continue asking Chaos questions?
Sure, go ahead.
No,
What?
all he did was take you here,
Yeah,
or all she did was take you here.
with a net, but yeah.
How long have you been here?
3 hours, I think.
Was it already damaged, or was the place already damaged when you got here?
Oh, the house? Oh yeah, the place was fucked up before we got here.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for
I-
looking after Silence, even though Silence didn't treat you very nice.
It's okay, I liked him.
Looking after me, I will gut you.
Don't worry. We'll get you fixed up, Chaos.
Please and thank you.
Can Snowflake do anything about
Snowflake's
the
actually
bears?
Snowflake's actually wrapping him as you speak.
Oh, good job, Snowflake.
Yeah.
I'll let whoever is going next go next.
All right.
I'm a bad player.
You don't remember? All right.
I'm a bad player. I don't have the notes.
He cast
I don't
prestidigitation.
have
Either. I just for gore.
He cast prestidigitation to cool down his drink.
That's right. I do remember that. Yeah. It doesn't matter because his head exploded after.
Do you say that?
You know what? I'll play it off. I'll play it off stubbornly. I'm like, yes, he cast some mumbo nonsense spell, and then his head exploded.
They both
I'll
draw
know the story.
They both draw their weapons.
The silence of immediate regret.
They draw their weapons at me?
Yes, you didn't answer the question.
I'll roll a persuasion to diffuse the situation. I'll ask simply. I'll say simply. I don't have time for this. I'm looking for Raymond.
Roll persuasion.
Attacked. Surely you know this.
Roll persuasion.
Ah, shit.
All right. Does a 6 and never mind. They both miss hitting you.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, if they're gonna attack me, then I'll fight back.
Sure. Go on. Roll the hit.
All right.
We're gonna make this quick.
Yeah, let me wait, where's my action? Sorry. I'm getting through the list. There we go. Alright, that's my first attack. I get 2.
You bonk one. You're gonna bonk the other.
Of
All right.
course I am.
You hit them both, and when you
I'll knock them out.
yeah, when you hit them
If
both,
I can manage.
they both hit the ground hard. They're not knocked out as they're getting right back up. But sure enough, the door opens in front of you, and it's Raemyne with a missing eye or with a bandage over his eye. It's like, what's all this? Weave. What are you doing?
Oh, Raymond, thank the gods. I thought you might have been dead or worse.
I was almost. Get in here now. You two, get back on your post. And sure enough, the moment you enter inside, you see the familiar lab works and lab workies. And immediately, one of the lab workers walks up with you with a device and scans you. And once again, the device beeps once towards the end. He looks at it confusedly and says, "I thought, never mind. He's clean." Raymond literally takes you to the upper room once more and sits you down and says, "Well, what were you? We needed you."
I was being accosted by my targets. It was incredibly an opportune moment. I'm sorry.
Quite all right. It's kind of good that you weren't there. A good number of us died. Or just killed. And oddly enough, one of them came in pretending they were you.
Yeah, I'm grimacing through this whole thing.
Yeah. So the moment they get in, they ambushed us from windows and everything, which was odd because they did it during the middle of the day.
How's that possible?
Great question. That's a great question. A fantastic question. Even I don't fucking know. It seems like we confirmed at least 2 of them were vampires, but the other 3 or 4 that were there, we're not sure.
Lichens, maybe?
I'm starting to think that. Since holy water had no effect on them.
The household of myself and I just call them targets, but do we have like an official term for them in the organization?
Targets for now works.
Yeah, but
they're called anomalies.
The anomalies. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the household of myself and the anomalies were attacked, ransacked. Seemed like lichens were looking for something. This can't be a coincidence.
Funny enough, reports of a brown bear that can talk and walk was actually seen walking around the streets.
Brown.
Yeah.
I think about like the people I've seen recently, but I don't think brown bears come to mind.
Captain Scruffles.
Oh, well, I don't. Here's the thing. I don't think of them as people.
Oh, that's true.
So they don't come to mind.
So he says, well, after that report, I sent one of my boys to come and get you. The new ones, the newbie. He came back, saying that you were too busy. No more than 5 minutes later, we thought you came back for sure. And well, you saw the rest. We gave a good fight, but honestly...
How much longer am I supposed to keep this ruse up, Raymond? It's starting to damage us, and despite this, the anomalies are getting more and more suspicious.
Keep them in the dark as long as you can. For as long as you can. But don't push back neither. If they figure it out, they figure it out. The longer the better. We already sent note for extra reinforcements to come. Also, it seems that we got some information. Some place called the Black Ley Line seems to be spreading rumors of a possible... Oh, right. The Blood Games. Forgot for a moment. So, seems we confirmed what we had suspicions from. The Blood Games are happening in this town. And it's not just any Blood Games. It's the Royal Blood Games.
Yeah, some some bastard goblin said something similar earlier today.
Well, you wouldn't know about this. The official term is called the Blood Hunt. But, we just call it the Blood Games just for fun. But actually, it's called the Royal Blood Hunt. Apparently, even the top of the top league vampires are going to have to take part of this game. And that's where things are going to go bad. Because there are certain terms that have to happen in order for the Blood Hunt to happen.
Well, if it's a blood game, sir, there must be rules. Maybe we can use that to our advantage.
There are, but only rules towards the vampires. Or at least towards the nobles. At least to our knowledge, anyways. They cannot start the blood games unless 3 criteria are made.
And they are?
There must be a plague in the town. The mothers must be fearful for their children. And the guards must be afraid of the night. So plague, the mothers must be afraid of their children, and the guards must be afraid of the night.
Plague. My mind is racing back to the sickness that Davrin was carrying in the previous village. I'm sure Raymond's aware of that. Do you think they might be trying something like that again?
Did you report this to Raemyne?
Yeah, I'm telling Raymond. Like I'm saying that out loud. Like you say the plague, and my mind races. I'm saying this out loud. My mind races back to the illness that Davrin cured in. Gosh, I'm really bad at remembering stuff. It's like my weakness as a player. But the last village we were in.
Oddly enough, you're on the right path. So I'm just letting you know. Raymond goes, The professor has been known to actually use people as test subjects before he does the real thing. We also know that for a fact he had an assistant with him to confer about this. Is Davrin the assistant?
Unclear. He has some relationship with the professor, but assistants, I don't think so. It seems to be antagonistic, sir.
Tell him, ask him, see what he knows. For now, we're missing a shipment. A bad one.
Shipment of what, sir?
He looks at you and says, well, I was going to keep it a surprise as for the vampires, but we're supposed to get a shipment of ethicurs.
I look a little dumbfounded. I'm like, Angel. I don't say it out loud, but I'm mouthing to myself like, Angel was right.
In truth, we're planning to use these ethicurs to combat the vampires, since they're really good at killing everything.
A last resort, I assume.
Do you want to roll inside on him?
Yeah, I'll roll that.
It may not be the last resort.
I feel like Leia, like in that meme. I'm just like, a last resort, right?
Last resort, right? Last resort, right? And he tries to hide a smile from you, as he knows that you probably would not be happy about it, because last resort, yes. I think, maybe. Look, we were going to tell you about it. Just we fear it may be in the vampire's hands now.
That's even worse.
Yes. All right. Well, this is happening. Fawynn, you go back to you're at the library. Fawynn, you're at the library.
This sucks.
I'm sorry.
This sucks.
This sucks.
Keep going. I love it.
Sure enough, you find okay, so I have to ask you a question. Do you want to look information at Thomas, Piotr, or Camarilla?
Thomas and Camilla, kind of mainly them.
Camilla is known to be the only highest ranking female vampire. You know for a fact that she will never allow any fourth and
Will
a.
you do this? Can you give me a separate notes page for vampires, please? I feel like they're gonna be a big part of my arc, and I should probably start writing.
I'm gonna. You want me to write down
I'll
everything?
write it on my notes page for. No, I'll write it on my notes page for now. Can you give me another notes page? Thank you.
Another.
Or change Rayloot to be vampires. Change Rayloot to be vampires. Thank you.
Okay, you just did that.
Alright, I can change the name. I can change the name.
All right, fine. I'll just let me know when you're ready.
Camilla only hi. Thank you.
There you go. I finally found my notes.
Got it.
All right, Camilla. Camilla will only allow a fourth and below female vampires to exist in anywhere in the world. If any female vampire fourth and above blood rank or generation exists, she will automatically try to hunt them down and kill them. Yes. Vampires and generations, the power and the magic of the vampire degrades as further generation goes down. The lowest generation that you know that can happen to a vampire is 12th generation vampire before they start looking ghoulish. However, there's been speculation that even though a low-ranking vampire in generation bloodline has been known to actually gain access to powers of invisibility and dazement, the ability to hypnotize someone by looking at them. Thomas calls himself a noble. Even though he has no proof of this, he still calls himself a noble. And you roll high enough that the reason he's calling himself a noble is not due to bloodline. It's not due to bloodline, but to a gift that a Dark Lord may have given to him.
Okay.
Camilla is the leader of the Masquerade, which is a hidden chapter, or somewhat hidden chapter, of vampires trying to blend into social abilities. Their main skills in combat is sabotage, blending in, and subterfuge and secrets. Thomas's combat capabilities with his clan seems to be with science, enhancements, and tactics with equipment. There is a chapter that's called the Engine of Woe that Thomas has been credited of creating. That's all you know about.
Okay.
All right, and you don't want nothing. You said just for you want nothing on Piotr?
I mean, I would like to get it if I can. I'm not gonna say no.
Roll once more for history.
You want history again?
Since you can't find nothing on lichens other than the normal stuff.
Yeah, I'm aware. Don't worry.
All right.
Yeah. I'm not learning anything about Piotr.
You can't find it. You can't find anything on Piotr other than he calls himself the Sword of Cain.
Perfect, thank you.
All right.
I would also like to do the exact same thing in the private library that I've been given access to.
All right. Roll with history with advantage.
4 lichens and 4 vampires.
All right. 4 lichens and vampires.
First roll, 4 lichens. Second roll, 4 lichens. Woo!
All right.
First roll for vampires. Also shit. Second roll for vampires.
For the green.
Not as shit, but still not decent.
All right. Okay. So you find.
Mediocre.
All right. So because of the notes that you got from Spell Wars, you figured out that vampires are afraid of one person.
Me.
Me.
No.
They call this person the Spirit of the Snow.
I have a feeling I've met this.
Okay, please
Probably
tell
not
me
who I
more.
think it
Yes.
is, but
Yo,
He-
Snowball about to come in and clap these vampires.
Spirit of the Snow. was a lichen back in the day that was a normal human, normal person. You don't know his bloodline. No one does. But he was actually transformed into a lichen with experiments to be turned into a golden lichen, which is more of a rank than a species of lichen. It's still a lichen, but with none of the weaknesses, but with extra strengths. And this lichen turned on his.
From this, can I infer that lichens and vampires are not good friends?
You would know that lichens were actually turned to slaves by the vampires. You would think some lichens with weaker wills will actually be serving the vampires whether they want to or not.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
But there are lichens to be known to turn against their masters. And the spirit of the snow is been known to be such a powerful lichen to do so. You found more information about Piotr. Piotr was indeed a human. He was a French engineer. Back a few years back, and he was embraced, as they call it, while doing a underwater submarine gnome tech thing. So he was cornered underwater in a submarine by another vampire.
Was he by chance anywhere around where we were looking for pearls?
Oddly enough, the story does state that he was indeed nearby the Black Pearl when it happened.
Okay.
In fact, if you roll one more history, I can give you another thing.
Eat the roll.
History of the Black Pearl did not start till after Piotr was turned to a vampire. So something. The history of the Black Pearl did not appear till after Piotr was turned to a vampire. So there may be some connection.
Oh.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Alright, that's all you get for now.
Wait, I rolled for lichens. Give me lichen information.
Alright. I'll give you. Alright.
I got a 22 for lichens.
Yeah, I gave you the spirit of the. I gave you the lichen they all fear.
That was what that was. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
The spirit of the snow.
Yeah.
I want to know the spirit of the snow social security number. Give me their
that
home
too.
address.
I got a nat 20. Give
Do
me
they
their
have a Twitch? Send me their Twitch
card
link.
number.
Alright.
And give me the 3.
Alright.
Digits on the back.
Hang on, folks. I'm sorry. Okay, do you want to look over the notes, the copy of the notes before they were burnt? Because they do have like some. So Spell Wars was definitely into at the end of his notes before they were set on fire. They were actually all 3 vampire covenants were actually looking to the location of the spirit of snow, of where he's at, and they all suggest that he may be nearby. And that's all you get.
Nearby to me?
Nearby to the town, yes.
Okay. Can I tell the age of the... No, that paper's been taken, never mind. What was that I was going to look for? Can I look for any sort of clues with the detective as to, who could have taken the paper, please?
Oh, sure. You visit the alchemist shop, and sure enough, you see this human detective with a pipe and smoke with a, sure enough, a detective, Sherlock Holmes detective outfit. And he turns around to see you, and he goes, Are you supposed to be here, young miss?
Yes.
Who are you? No, hang on.
Oh, he's gonna
Judging by your
gonna do the thing.
Judging by your outfit and your even smoking your
Dude, I was the one that gave them the note, okay?
Yo, way to cut it short.
well, I'm guessing you're elven.
Hold past him and just look around.
I'm guessing you're elven
I'm
smoke.
not even listening. No.
I'm guessing you're elven smoke.
You're Elven Smoke. How did you know? I could sense it from the audacity of this bitch.
Oh, this bitch! Because one thing's for sure, the story that follows around Eversmoke that she's a rude bitch. Elementary.
Yeah.
She's gonna turn around and go, I like you just a smidgen more than I did before. And then turn back around and ignore him again and just keep going.
Alright. Well, sure enough, when you look at the area that he was looking for, there is definitely a big scorch mark where the papers were.
Okay. What about around there? Is there anything else that's been disturbed?
Actually, a few things have been disturbed, and you can tell that they've been marked.
Whoa.
Hmm?
Sorry, I was gonna... No, nothing. Keep going.
They've been marked by this detective man. That you semi like. I don't know anymore.
He's okay.
And he says, right, so I can tell you if you just ask, Elven Smoke.
I just like getting my own fresh perspective before I ask about other people's, you know?
Fair enough. I'll leave you be. Roll a perception check.
Perception!
Alright. You can tell that the person, whoever it was, just walks in here because there's no signs of any struggle of any shape or form. And he may have taken some vials with him.
Is it by chance the vials that I gave them of the fucking red thing that I took from the scholar?
Sure enough, you put it together, and yes.
Ah! Ah! I fucking hate this! I'm gonna turn around to the detective and say, so, there were some red vials taken. Have you guys got any more of those, or did they take them all?
All gone. Sorry, miss.
Did anyone get any conclusion from any of those before they were taken?
Yes, we actually could. Therefore, oddly enough, a serum for a odd, discontinued play toy, to be combined with this play toy. Fortunately, it's been years since I've seen one.
Is it by chance a teddy bear?
No, actually, it's actually a called a helping goo.
Oh, fuck's sake. I'm just gonna go more?
Friendly goo. And Morph comes out of your arm, as he was already wrapped around and just sleeping.
I'm
And he
gonna
wakes
look
up.
at the detective and go, like this one?
And he was like, what is it? I was napping. And the detective goes, indeed, one of those.
Huh.
You seem to,
You
you
can go
seem
back
to,
now, Morph.
you seem to have gotten yourself a hint of a rare helper. What? Who the fuck is? Why is your nose so big?
I missed you, buddy.
It's 'cause it's so I can sniff all the bullshit.
How rude. I'm just going back to bed. Is that okay, Mother?
I don't know. You're kind of funny, and I kind of want to keep you out now. You've entertained me.
I mean,
Stay awake for my entertainment.
You can rest on my head, but I kind of want you here for commentary.
Okay, I'm just gonna rest on your head.
Okay,
He rests on your head. He goes,
that's fine.
it seems like it's true that the helping goos do take personality traits from their owners.
That makes so much more sense now.
It makes so much sense now. It's like, your hat's stupid.
And then Fawynn's just gonna nod her and go, "It is stupid."
No, it's not. No, it's not. Anywho.
I'm just gonna like roll
As-
my eyes, and I expect Morph to do the same.
Alright, as...
I love the idea of like this sophisticated Sherlock Holmes character be like, no, it's not. No, you. No, you.
No, you're stupid.
Just like reducing it to a child.
Darvin and I said Varvin. Darvin and Noomie. As Chaos is perfectly healthy and whatnot, it seems like all three bears are playing with each other now. But the house is still a mess. You guys clean up and fix it up?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I would like to search for any clues other than the claw marks along the way, and also search for Captain Scruffles.
Roll a survival check to see if you left any notes.
Alright. Survival. Oh, darn it.
Alright, one second. There we go. I can move you guys there. It takes you a little bit. It takes you very little longer, but Darvin, roll perception check as you start cleaning up your room.
All right. That's a little better.
I did not see it.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh.
I am blind.
You're just like crying over all of your spilled potions.
Yeah, just like all these potions.
All my seeds! All my everything!
Hey, yo, wait a minute.
Wasted.
Hey, yo, wait a minute. Alright, so, sure enough, you guys don't see anything amiss other than that. Actually, you realize nothing's missing. This is just temporary for the horror show.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
like, what do you mean nothing's amiss?
Yeah. Just,
Oh.
just Chaos Sparkles being like, I'm you, but slightly darker.
They did the Spider-Man meme together. Evil
They're-
Kermit.
They're just
Evil Kermit.
they're just pointing at each other. Okay, so I'm gonna say due to the fact that you guys rolled poorly, you guys find nothing of interest yet.
I want to clean Ray's room too. It looks like this stuff's on the floor. I don't know if that's just how Ray left it, but I'm gonna clean Ray's room too.
All right, you actually with your animal handling, you actually get the frog back in the aquarium.
Yay.
The aquarium's broken, but you think you can fix it with some duct tape?
Yes.
You actually find it strange that Fawynn seems to be missing some clothes.
Well, whoever these guys were, they were a bunch of creepers. Jeez.
Yeah, possibly.
Oh,
You think the cloak of fashion is missing?
oh. Well, you know what?
How? I've been wearing that.
No, you haven't.
I put it on. I've never taken it off.
Well,
No,
you
you-
always have your thieves tools as well, and they somehow magically showed up.
Oh, no.
No, I'm pretty sure you took that off because you can't.
It was the green cloak, right?
No, that's a different cloak.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Oopsies.
And now I would like to make a delicious meal for Sir Froggington the Third.
Sir Froggington the Third. Who's for Sir Froggington the Third?
I don't know this one.
Our new name.
Sir Froggington the Third. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what his name is, so I'm gonna make him something super yummy for froggies.
All right. Roll survival.
Okay. Because that's what I promised him after I asked him to barf up the.
Thieves tool. But there's spare. Remember, there's spare thieves tool. So, all right. Sure enough, you make some buttery popcorn flies for him.
Alright. And I just. Bring them back and just like pop them into his.
He stares at it a moment. A little drool comes out of his mouth, and he goes. He goes for it.
There you go. Enjoy that, Sir Froggington the Third.
Darvin, is there
I don't
anything
know
you
if
want
that's your
to do
name, but-
while all this is happening?
Besides grieving over all the materials.
Moment of silence.
Yeah, right. Hey, what time is it right now?
It is actually 7 o'clock. One more hour till your date time happens.
And until I get to go sing songs at the bar.
Date night.
Is it
Date
possible if I
night.
could look around, see if there's anything else besides the obvious scratch marks that they left behind?
Other than that, no, nothing seems to be amiss. Roll perception one more time.
Alright.
There seems to be a note stuck to Noomie's boot as she walks around.
What?
Noomie, there's something underneath your boot.
Oh. He looks at the underside of her boot and like pulls off
It's a note, but
a
it's
note.
it's written in crayons.
Crayon. And Marion starts shaking as
That's
she
the most
reads it.
telltale sign.
It says, found something. Gonna go to the black ley line.
Ah, he's.
I was gonna go to the black ley line, but I realized I don't know where that is. Came home, took a nap. Don't wake me up.
Oh no, he's gone. Somebody took him while he was napping.
Whenever it makes sense for you, Angel, after my meeting with Raemyne, I would probably be coming back home, and so I probably would whatever point makes sense be coming in here.
He's all out there. All
where did we stop at? Where did we stop at your point, Weave? Can you remember?
We were talking about how the shipment of their terrible creatures was probably attacked and stolen by the vampires, and we were like, well, that's a diddly dang darn disaster.
Yep. He tells you to once again keep an eye on the Alamines, and he'll send for you once more when he's got something. Right now they're restocking their stockpile or trying to figure out what they have left.
Okay, please, yeah, and
so,
I would only remind Raymond that their messengers should have a little more discretion in ushering for my attention. Throwing pebbles at me in a group of the anomalies is maybe not the best approach.
Don't worry, he's dead.
What?
The one who threw a rock at you.
Go back to my lines. He's out there all alone with no one to give him commands or anything.
That's where you arrive back home to, Weave.
Yeah. Okay.
What are we gonna do? We don't even know where to live.
Alright, I'd open the door, and what do I see exactly with this nonsense? What is this?
You see 3 bears, a pink, a white one, and a black one, seem to be playing with each other.
I haven't drawn, hold on.
You haven't drawn Horror Show yet.
Yeah. Horror show.
Horror Show. He's Russian.
Horror show.
Or Germany, I think, actually. I don't know. Where's the guy? You know what? Don't worry about it. He talks like the guy from Street Fighter, you know.
Which one?
Guile?
Oh, which
Guile.
one?
Yeah.
Oh,
Guile's from America.
Yeah, Guile's
You
American.
said
Yeah,
that
Guile.
so British.
Oh,
That
sorry.
You went. The guy from Street Fighter.
The guy from
That
Street
was
Fighter.
exactly the way you said it.
The guy from Street Fighter.
Another
guy-
one.
Another
Another one.
Another one.
Ryu Hiyabasa?
No. Okay.
It was like so British
Ryu
posh. I was like, what?
The wrestler from Street Fighter.
Which one?
The big Broly one.
No, you're talking about Zangief.
Zangief, yeah.
He is Russian, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, he's Russian.
Yeah. Duh.
I know because I watched the High Score Girl anime where they talk about Street Fighter a lot.
I also watch High Score Girl. Let's go!
I love that anime.
I quite enjoy the fighting game element of it.
Well, I know what
love
to
it.
put on my bucket list.
All right.
Alright, we need to become best friends.
Sorry.
All right.
Hang out with each other in character.
Oh, you're gonna kill each other in a moment. Okay, so Noomie, as you realize, you see Weave coming in.
This is all your fault.
This is all. What's all my and? How did you?
No,
how did you? How did you get past the lock?
I took the magic off, you big jerk.
Oh.
And then
well.
Chaos broke it out because Chaos said it was mean to leave him in there.
I was perfectly fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Chaos was. Never mind. What were you thinking sending Chaos after me?
He was supposed to look after you. You left without a word.
Look after me. I can take care of myself.
How are we supposed to know that? We don't know you at all. And you do all these weird things, and you go off at random times and do weird stuff, and you don't tell anyone what you're doing. There's a reason there's a reason we're suspicious of you. You're mean to everyone and everything.
Mean.
Yes,
yeah,
you.
Weave. You're the mean one. How dare you?
Ray's always been like that, but Darvin and I have not been mean to you once.
Ray's always been a bitch.
Ray's always been an asshole, but we're not talking about Ray right now.
And you know what? I like Fawynn. Fawn's been nice to me since day number 1, but you haven't.
All right. Let's level, because we're still working together and we're still in this together, and so we need.
Then
to
you gotta
actually
tell
make
us
sure
what
that we
you're
fix
doing,
this.
sneaking behind our backs.
Fine. Calm down.
Because we aren't your enemy, but you're acting like you're ours.
All right. So I'm weighing. Weave Silence is weighing her options, because it's incredibly problematic to be having this friction, and it's making her job very difficult. But she also knows that Raymond is pushing her to keep her full origins hidden. So Weave Silence is trying to give as much as she can at this point, and she'll level with noomie, and she'll say, okay, yes, there's been a lot of suspicion on my end. The reason why is because I've been asked. The reason why I'm here in the first place, why I'm stuck in this. Do you have to surround me?
They're just staring at you, like looking at you, like listening intently, with their mouths agape and everything.
The reason why I find myself stuck in this mire with the rest of you is because I was asked by an employer to make sure that there was nothing dangerous happening with your group once you made it to Unicorn Hope.
What do you mean dangerous?
Well, don't you think it's weird, the situation we find ourselves in, our relationship with Blue Feather, the presence that comes to us, our teleportation, your memories. Do you remember them all?
No,
you know
it's a part of a curse.
The curse, exactly. This curse that you find in yourself, it scares people.
It's affecting everyone. No wonder it scares people. But you can't go sneaking around our back when we're trying to get this thing gone, when we're trying to get rid of this curse. If you keep secrets from us, we can't work together. We can't trust you. I've told you everything I know.
I know. I'm trying to explain myself why our initial meeting was not on the best of terms. Because when we originally met, I had no knowledge of this curse. We only knew its impact and how dangerous it was. And
Blue Feather tried to warn you. You chose this path. And you chose to be on our team.
I'm not afraid to be cursed or to be on this path. It ends up being part of my mission. I want to get rid of this curse now, just the same as you. But
well, you better start choosing whose side you want to be on, because it doesn't seem like we're on the same side. You either choose our side, or you choose their side.
This is not so black and white as you suggest. We all have our own allegiances, yourself and Fawynn and Davrin included. But the one thing that brings us all in common is that we are clearly against this malign curse that's been placed on us. Is that not enough?
Trust is what I need. I wouldn't have sent wouldn't have sent Chaos after you if I didn't feel like you were doing stuff behind our back. None of this would have happened. I don't send my bears to spy on Davrin or Fawynn. So tell me what you know. if we're truly on the same side, tell me what you know.
Can
Because
I-
every bit of information you have could be something that could help us. All of us.
As a player, I want to ask Ender to roll like
Yeah.
like a persuasion check or something.
Angel?
Yep, go ahead. Roll persuasion check, dear. By the way, there was a knock on the door. That was me knocking on the door.
Oh, was you actually
Oh.
knocking on the door?
I was not actually knocking on the door.
Okay.
There's a persuasion. That's a
So-
good
so
persuasion,
here-
Noomie. That's a very good persuasion.
It's pretty good. So here's probably what Weave Silence would say. She would I like the way I imagine it in my head narratively. She would see that it's becoming too much to bear, and it's no longer becoming worth it because it's just complete failure of the mission at this point. And so she would say, "Okay, all right. There's no need for you to fear me. I'm not your enemy. I will tell you the whole truth. My employer, the ones who asked me to look for you, to make sure that you, yourselves, weren't dangerous, is, and then when the knocking happens, I would freeze and look back at the door.
The moment you do that, Horror Show will pick up Snowflake and actually grow a couple of feet big and actually put those Snowflake's eye for the peephole, and Snowflake would actually turn around and say, "Meh."
Do I understand that or no?
No, you don't understand that. No one understands that. No one understands that.
Let me see, Snowflake.
She moves out of the way with Horror Show. When you peer in, you see a goblin man that looks oddly familiar. Shit.
It's a goblin guy. Should I let him in?
Which is it? The goblin that I threw the net? No,
Wait.
no.
Oh, that's.
I shake my head. Mm-mm.
I open a little slot. Watch the password.
Gold digger.
No, it's not the password.
Ah, damn it.
Hang on.
We changed the password, remember?
He wasn't there for that. Hello, Oh, there you are, Scholar. Darwin, am I correct?
Yes.
Oh,
Don't let
right.
him in unless he says the password.
Right. Just came here to pick you up. You got my letter, right?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
All right. You ready to go to the Black Ley Line?
Yeah, sure. I suppose I am. Just
I
as he's
whispered to
adjusting
Davrin,
his
the
clothes.
Black Ley Line?
Yeah. That's just like a bar.
It's a bar.
It's just like a bar.
Unfortunately, it
Just like a
confuses
bar.
Weave, but at the same time, Weave, what's the best way to hide a group of nefarious reasons by putting it in pure pure daylight?
The best way to hide a group of nefarious people in pure daylight?
Yeah.
Invisibility
mean-
cloak.
Hide in plain sight.
Exactly.
Oh. Okay. I'm not gonna say.
Right.
As player, I know what it is, but in character, I do not know.
All right. He waits for you and says, "Let's get going."
All right, let's get going. I'll be back in a bit. Yeah.
All right. Bye.
You guys can come along.
What time is it?
Near 8:00.
Oh shit. We've Silence would be like, oh heck, I'm running late.
We can continue later.
All right.
Fun. As you were looking over the alchemist area and whatnot, Lips Raw walks up to you and says, "You ready to go?"
I suppose so.
All right. 1 second. We just
As
Shit.
a note, I am currently in my bed and cannot see screen.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yep.
We could hear the
audio
Z's
change.
leaving your eyes, leaving your face. The exhaustion escaping your body.
Yeah, you feeling
I am
tired?
so fucking sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your bad. It's because this is my 6th day in a row working a 9 to 5,
Oh my
and I've
goodness.
got what day is it? Friday. Friday,
It's
It's
Saturday. I've got 3
Thursday.
more. I've got 3 more.
Jeez, what kind
Let's
of
hear
job
it
makes...
for day number 9.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm glad you
it's
get the money
okay.
though.
I do get that bang bang. It's great.
Yeah, role playing fun in real life.
Yep.
It's no
It's
longer just a game.
It's not a hard job, but it's like I'm literally just doing nothing for 8 hours a day, just staring into
no.
space. So my mind is rotting. Like I'm just at the point of just I just.
Mm-hmm.
1 second, let me just move everyone to the right place. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm
Noomie.
gonna go to the.
Noomie, do you want to come along, or do you,
Who's coming along?
I thought Noomie was. I thought she wanted to come along to
I
make
am,
some
yeah.
rats.
I'm playing my lute because I see the bagpipes are not a crowd favorite.
Alright, 1 second, please.
We need to get you a new instrument. It's a little bit better.
Sorry, I'm just
I do
literally
have
grabbing.
a-
I'm literally grabbing all your tokens. So
and I
give me-
have bagpipes. I hope to eventually have a schwam or a viol, aka the fiddle.
the bears want to stay in. So
It's probably best that they have something, or they protect the house, and in case Captain Sparkles comes back.
While they do that, I'm gonna take the Lock of Trickery.
all right.
Is a Lock of Trickery? Because I know the magic was dispelled on it. Is it just gone now? Is it just a normal lock, or does
No,
it come back after some time?
it comes back as soon as the spell wears off.
All right. So instead of locking my lockbox with it, I will lock the front door.
All right. That lock is actually way too easy to open.
The lock. I mean, it's a common item. It's not meant to be terribly hard to open. It just gives you disadvantage on checks to open it. So you dispel it, and then the locks by default have a DC of like 15. So it all worked out.
Yeah, with the 18 she got out. Yeah. Damn it. Okay, this is taking way too long for me to grab everything.
Yeah. To be fair, it opened, but it also burned a level 3 spell. So
All right, I'm moving everyone. Shit.
By the way, Dilute from chat says, "Hey Ray, if it makes you feel better, I'm working 4 12-hour shifts in a row."
Yeesh.
That does not make me feel better. That makes me feel physically sick.
No shot of Freuda from here, Dilute.
Oh, shut up, Void.
I think what time is it right now?
It's
What
do you mean, like
it's about
actual time?
6:30 Eastern.
How long have we got left of this session?
2 more hours.
Okay, I think I may do the 1 hour, and then Fawynn will go back to the room and read.
All right.
Study.
Fawynn will have no idea her room was messed up because Noomie was actually kind enough to clean it up.
That's completely fine. Fawynn needs to read her Arcana book to learn magic. Woohoo!
Oh, she's gonna read it for herself.
Yeah.
All right.
She's not gonna make Noomie sit there and read a fucking Arcana book to her. Like, as a fucking...
Tell
yes,
me a bedtime
give me
story,
a bedtime
Mom.
story. Here is the entire Arcana book. Would you like to learn?
All right. Sure enough, when you guys actually enter a essentially a back alley bar, it's actually much cleaner inside the bar, with a wizard with scorch marks all over him, with a really angry look on his face. It's like, welcome to the Black Ley Line. Sorry about all this, but my other shop was set on fire earlier by a goddamn teddy bear.
Oh, I'm gonna put my hood up.
That's unfortunate. I'm so sorry to hear that.
It's okay. It's okay. It was the most random thing I ever saw. It was even more random
I
what
bet.
captured was it even more random was what captured it. The black kitty cat, I think. A kitty cat of some
Oh.
sort.
That's gotta be unlucky.
Yeah. Well, either way, welcome to the Black Light Line. I'll
Yeah.
well, if anyone needs any services or any bars or anything like that.
Drinks,
You
drinks,
have-
drinks, drinks.
Alright, what kind of drink would you like, Missy? We have ale, we have mead, we have wine.
Whatever is your most expensive, because I'm not
Oh my
paying.
gosh. Fun is
That's-
that girl? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Alright,
Fine.
alright,
Oh
so-
my God.
So one round of the golden nut sacks coming up.
I regret nothing. Absolutely nothing.
So sure enough, he floats a large jug at you. It seems to be like really ice cold, small looking like ice cold boulders on the top of the cup. That seems to be like making it really hard to drink. There's a small straw, right there. Do you take a drink of it?
I would like to do, like the wine tasting, like sniff and sip.
When you sniff it, you
Really
smell
bad.
rum.
I smell what?
You smell rum, like heavy rum, spices and everything.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
Would you
Yeah,
drink?
Get where the rum gone.
Do you take a drink?
Yeah.
Sure enough, it's not only it is not just any drink. It's supposed to make you look like you're sipping from a pair of golden bowls.
Yep.
But oddly enough, it is spicy. Like not like a hot pepper spice, but really darn close. And sure enough, when it hits your stomach, it like embellows all over your body. And like, roll a Constitution check already, just from a sip. All
Oh,
roll.
fuck's sake! That's
Oh,
okay, I got it. Do it. I got it. Fine. Fuck, it's on my other screen. Oh. I have made a mistake. I got it!
All right.
Constitution. Constitution check or Constitution saving throw?
Saving throw.
Saving throw. Bonk.
You fail.
What?
Yo, when those balls hit your face,
Oh my
I
gosh.
fail with an 18.
You fail with an 18, unfortunately. You asked for the strongest, and you got it. And sure enough,
No. I did not ask for the strongest. I asked for the most expensive.
most expensive.
Yeah.
it was,
There's a difference.
which also happens to be the strongest. Top shelf.
Well, that's tragic.
And sure enough, you already feel tipsy. Get a little giggly already too. What drink does we want?
No. Before we even get to drink, I'm gonna tipsy. I'm gonna like carry these fucking boulder balls in my hands and offer one and be like, "Yo, taste this."
You were offered golden bowls to taste. Will you taste the
I-
golden bowls?
Normally this would be suspicious, but Fawynn has never offered to give anything that belongs to her ever. So she must be drunk as hell. I will try
no.
some.
Someone will go, "Try this. I didn't pay for it."
Oh my god.
Oh, that's right. You're making him pay for it, so he's sweating. So he's sweating. It's like, oh no.
Oh, cringe. Yeah. I'll try. I'll get drunk.
All right. You lick the balls.
Yep.
Sure enough, they're clean rocks, but they seem to have an incantation on them to make them like cold as ice.
They're as cold as ice.
And you get a little bit of a taste of the rum on the lick. It's not enough for you to do a Constitution save because it's from the golem balls. But yeah, the best way to describe it is like you taste the peppers, like you taste the peppers and you taste the rum, and there's a small hint of dillweed in there as well.
The spices.
Can I like as Weave is sipping it or like getting a small taste, can I just tip it up and be like, drink some more, some more?
All right. Do you take it, Weave?
I will. Let's see. Let's do a dexterity save. Or something to avoid it, cause I lick it, and even though I like my strong ale, the spice is not the best for me. So I would not want it.
All right.
What a basic bitch, man. Bet you're the kind of person that finds salt spicy.
It's.
Do you roll a dexterity save?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, you get the hell out of the way.
No!
She spills some, but she saves it.
I don't want to respect your
Boring.
your gift. Barkeep, do you have anything that's less spicy, but just as strong?
I do have a drink here called the Saucer's Meow.
Oddly fitting. And I'll give him the sort of like nod, the little nod.
All right.
Be like, yes, I'll have that.
He literally leans down. You hear some sounds, and
It's not just like an actual bowl of milk.
He pulls out a saucer pan, pours a white substance on it, and floats it towards you with Mage Hand. And when you read the saucer's milk, it says Tom on the bottom.
Oh boy! Wow! Hold on, I'm getting another raid. I'm gonna drink this and take all the consequences while I say hi to Elteri BT.
All right, roll.
Thank you for the raid.
All right, you want to take the consequences?
While
yes, I take it all.
I'm gonna offer the bowls to Davrin and Noomie as well.
Noomie seems to be doing her thing. Are you actually playing at the Bard?
Yes, I am. Loot. I am waiting to request something else though.
All right. Sure enough, the bartender asked for you to play Lily Thornberries.
All right.
Roll performance.
All right. I'm sure she can probably do.
All right, Darwin. The slash bartender wizard asks for you. What would you like?
Some meat will be fine.
All right. He floats you a normal cup of mead, and the goblin says, the schnapsberry, please. And he says, schnapsberries, here you go. And he actually gets like a martini glass with blue liquid inside. And sure enough, Noomie, you actually played pretty darn well. Are you playing with the loot?
Epic.
All right.
I'm really sad, and you're all cowards. You should all share your golden balls.
Share your
I'm not
golden
fancy.
balls.
I don't need anything strong.
The lips roar was asked by the bartender, what would you like to drink? And he says, nothing for me, just some water. I says, all right.
I'll go and offer him a golden ball.
You want? I was like, I don't think I can afford it, miss. Miss, weren't we supposed to be talking about something?
Yeah. Go on, I suppose. And she'll sit down and just sip the golden
Pride
ball.
Month. Drink from the golden balls.
Golem balls. All right. He says, so what do you want to know exactly, miss?
No.
Vampires?
Oh, right. So, vampires. Powerful lots they are. In truth, I was kind of hoping to skip town before things can get from bad to worse. But unfortunately, due to the fact that maybe a full-on blood hunt may be happening.
He's got to intro to everyone to go.
Everyone and they're like, everyone and the fleas on their body know about the blood hunt.
Weave, you find that Fawynn and Weave, roll insight on him since he's talking.
Cool. Who's talking? The barkeep or the
lips raw.
His lips are so raw, he can't help but spill those lips. Sink those ships, Captain!
Before he continues talking, I'm gonna like gasp and go, Morph!
Eh? What?
Share a golden ball with me.
Oh, sure. He literally like takes both the golden balls and swallows them whole.
I wanna clink them first. Do a cheers with me.
All right. He clings. Wait, do you want to get him do you want him to get his own cup of golden balls, or do you want to?
No, I assume that I didn't just get one cup, right? I would have gotten like you told me I had a jug, right?
Yeah, a large jug.
Yeah. So I would have filled one up for him. We would have clinked glasses, our rock balls,
All right,
and then downed it.
All right, he downs it with you. It's like bottoms up.
Yo.
What?
This part. It feels rude to clink balls with another person. I feel like it's against the bro code.
This is like my other half. It's Morph, okay?
Morph, the second he finishes the glasses, he disappears in the jug. That's all you hear from the jug.
What do we do with a drunken son?
What do we do with a drunken bitch? What do we do with a drunken bitch? He comes out of the jug swinging his head. What do we do with a drunken bitch early in the morning?
I will grab him and try to push him back into
No, don't you dare touch
him into the ball before he makes a scene.
Fawynn, there's something he said that's oddly odd.
Oddly odd. Ooh, that's pretty odd.
It's odd squared.
What was it that he said that was odd?
You should know about the blood hunt.
Oh.
Yeah, everyone and the lice on their back. Everyone and their FBI agents.
I'm gonna try and push that a little bit and go, yeah, the blood hunt seems really scary.
Oh yeah, it is.
Commonplace.
It is. The dwarven man before the talk continues on, he asked for the lips war to write down his name on the tab because he's not going to be able to pay this for gold. And lips war does.
You're gonna have to do me a favor.
All right, and he leaves the paper there. Weave, since you're right there in the perfect spot, you see the writing and the reflection on the lantern on the table. You roll a perception check.
Oh, me?
Yes, Weave.
Yes.
Oh shoot! I thought you meant Fawynn.
No, you're exactly.
I'm ascending.
I mean, I'll roll perception. I'm okay with it.
Okay, roll perception.
Yeah.
It's okay. We've silence gets stupid drunk, so it's okay that she's missing a lot of stuff right now.
It's okay. I got it. Even though I'm drunk.
You're tipsy. It's not going to obscure you yet until you drink another one, but you're already drunk.
I am a mercenary. I know how to drink and still do my job. Okay, I can do this. I know what I'm doing.
All right.
Because I don't
so
do my
when
job
you look at the reflection of the bottom of the lantern, while this talk is happening, you realize when spelled backwards.
Not one of these.
War spell. Oh my god. War spell.
Fuck.
It was staring us in the face the whole time.
I knew he had a weird name.
Darwin, your talk with the goblin goes such as, what do you ask him? What do you want to know?
Okay, yeah. So,
what do you know about the Reapers?
Like for the your Wheatie thing.
Hi, my Wheaties.
Like, what's it? The exact process?
Oh my god, it's a fucking Wheaties goblin.
Hi,
I didn't even realize until now.
What? That dude.
I gather a good number of wheaties, corn, wheat, and all that, and I mash them all together with everything else I can find in the alchemist set I can get my hands on. Really good protein and all that. Good process. Good process.
Form of cryptocurrency coming right now. Here we
Yeah. Are you familiar with NFTs, good lad?
Are you familiar with corn NFTs? I heard they're all the rage.
The ROI is fucking insane.
The golden corn with a shit nugget. Oh, that's perfect.
I'm drowning in bitches.
So that's the only thing you ask him about?
Well, no, because I'm trying to figure out like what exactly is like the cause for his growth.
Oh, I got it from my mother.
Okay.
we've had this conversation, Davrin. We know why he is how he is.
I want more details about it.
Well,
Okay.
It's genetics.
well, my mother is actually called the Orc Eater, the Witch Orc Eater. Yama.
And Yama. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, does this Yama, does she have like any sister?
Oh yes, she's definitely the sister of the witches of the Iron Hopes. An old title, but it was something given to them due to their significant birth, I was told.
Significant birth?
Well, haven't you heard the story of the witches? The sister witches?
Can't say I have.
Well, my mother didn't tell me much about it, but this is what I remember of what she did told me. There are 7 of them. Grandma Yama is the strongest one of them all. Lady Rosetta, the blood drinker, is the second strongest. Miss Tia, the potion maker, is the third strongest. Miss Misha the tamer is the fourth strongest. The Lady of Laofs is the fifth strongest. She's a baker though. Laofs, mind you. Madame Ferranda, Lady of the Cards, fortune teller. She's the sixth strongest. And the youngest one of them all, Stephanie the Late, the youngest one.
When he says Stephanie, he'll just like choke on the meat. Like, did you just say Stephanie?
Oh, hey, Stephanie the Late, the youngest one. I'm told she's the reason they're all green.
Oh, that's why she. Oh, that she made like the sisters.
All right. Let me see what I can remember. My mother, actually managed to kill all the orcs on this land, or she claims. But unfortunately, it seems like there's rumors floating about there might be some hidden orcs around the caves nearby. She's continuously seeking them out to devour them. It seems like it's her passion.
Yeah, it seems like it if she earned the title of Orc Eater.
Indeed. She has a mysterious scar on her belly from... Now, she doesn't even know where she got it from.
See? I taking there's no, like, vision of that one, right?
Actually, sure enough, there is. The moment he says a scar on her belly, you remember seeing Grunkles with the blunderbuss shooting her right off the airship.
Huh. Okay. So,
You all get this, by the way.
I just immediately stopped playing because I'm so freaking confused.
I freak out. I'm gonna push. If I get this vision out of nowhere.
Yeah, you did, out of nowhere.
You don't even know who that is the funny part.
I don't even know who that is. I feel like I blacked out for a second. I'm gonna take this saucer. I've been drinking it. I'm gonna push it like to the side.
Too strong. Yeah. By the way, you haven't even drank it yet, so you don't even know what it tastes like.
Oh, I've been drinking it.
Oh, it tastes.
I'm taking all the consequences.
It tastes like a birthday. It tastes like birthday cake, with honey mead.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, but I'm gonna stop drinking it because I think it might have some adverse side effects.
All right. Sure enough, he says, well, anyways, to explain the, well, down the line of the, black silver line, black ley line, or at least from this bar, anyways, there's talk about this town's no longer going to be here much longer due to a sport that's going to happen. And not just any sport. Sport that only happens every 200 years. How much do you know about the, he leans in forward and says, how much do you know about the blood hunt that vampires do?
Oh, hang on, give me a second. Phone call. Ryan.
All right, I'll come.
Take this. Put it all on the NFTs.
No, they hung good. We're good.
Okay, good.
You want to roll a history?
Yes.
Ah, I was almost at nat 20.
Unfortunately, you have no idea what the blood hunt is.
Okay. I can't really say I have.
Well, you know vampires are not really born, they're made, right?
Yes.
Well, it seems that every time a vampire is made, they're down a generation. Say a fifth generation makes another vampire, and that generation is a sixth generation vampire. And because of it, their powers are sometimes, or most of the time, lackluster compared to the previous generation. Now imagine knowing this, that no matter what you do, the only way to get powerful is if you deloberize the generation beforehand. You know what deloberizing is, Professor?
I believe so. It's the vampire's form of cannibalism.
He claps his hands. Right. Unfortunately, that can get quite out of hand quite easily, if you know my meaning.
Yep. I've heard reports of immensely powerful vampires that diabolize each other.
Exactly. To gain more power, to be more powerful, to heal even. See, they made a rule. They made a game out of it. A rule and a game out of it at the same time, should I say. And the ones who enforce it are normally 3 or 4 groups of vampires. Actually 7, but we'll talk about the 3 that we know about now. Say the Masquerade, the Vendolin, and the Sword of Cain. They're enforcing this. So every now and then, let's say every 20 years, a blood hunt happens. Lower generation vampires hunting upper generation vampires. But not the upper generation vampires. Am I correct? You understand, right? Unfortunately, every 200 years, that changes. See, every 200 years, the upper link of vampires have to enter the blood games. That's called the Royal Blood Hunt. And now you see where the stocks changes now, do you?
Yes.
Well, the Royal Blood Hunt because you're royally screwed.
Every 200 years, the top brass are now
becoming risk of being eaten. The last winner of the last Royal Blood Games was Piotr himself.
Oh. And I can imagine he's planning to keep up that streak.
In fact, indeed, since Lady Camilla and Thomas and Piotr, Lady Camilla seems to be the hardest one to get. Thomas seems to be more fearsome to get, and Piotr, well, let's just say he's clever. Piotr just recently became, for the past 200 years, the leader of the Sword of Cain. He wants to keep it. Fortunately, there is a rule about the Royal Blood Hunt. They must pick a town. The town must represent the darkness of incoming for the blood hunt to begin. The town must be in dire need of help. The town must feel hopeless. And there must be a sickness within the town's sewers and hallways. It represents the tide of old blood and new blood coming in. If that makes any sense to you. Unfortunately, every time these royal blood hunts happened, it leaves the town desolate, dead, as a husk of its previous way. The last corpse would be the last royal member that was diabolized by his enemies.
So, every 20 years, these vampires go and hold a sort of blood sport.
A blood
The
hunt.
opposite-
To
Well,
diabolize. Yes.
Yes, but it's also a blood sport technically.
Technically, yes. Anything that has blood in it, whether it be human or vampire, is a target.
So, and the town itself is caught in the crossfire between warring factions.
Mainly the town never survives after a royal blood hunt. That's why I'm trying to get everything I can get here before I leave.
I see. Huh. Alright.
Okay,
Oh.
back. Go on. What do you want to say?
Alright, so then. Is there anything else that I should be aware about this blood hunt?
What do you want to say, Darwin? A Dryad?
I hope you have gone.
Oh, sorry. I accidentally left the map.
Oh,
Keep going.
Alright, anywho. Well, yes. Other than Camilla herself, Thomas himself, and Piotr will be in the field, there's rumor floating about that the spirit of the snow may be here himself. Darwin, the moment he says spirit of snow, your old comic book days of your comic book hero appear up in your mind. You remember reading the comic book of the spirit of snow.
wait. Spirit of Snow? I thought that was just a comic book game.
I don't know, lad. He's real, and they fear him.
Hopefully.
A thing created by vampires to be the ultimate protector became their ultimate source of fear. Kind of ironic, if you ask me.
Huh. Okay. Alright, with that.
All right,
Davin's just gonna take a big swig of the mead.
all right. I think Fawn just fell asleep.
I think so.
I heard them hit the floor.
Oh.
I hope she's okay. So Fawn let's just say Fawn goes to the restroom for a reason.
For
Or
reason.
passed out drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I don't blame her. And you're left alone with lips raw lips. For a moment.
Raw lips.
I'm gonna say you also know about the war spell name.
Or spell. I don't have a connection to it other than the fact that it's very cringe and not poggers at all.
You were the one that found his notes.
I'm just sitting idly by, tapping my fingers, because I don't know this person for real, and I'm like, not really gonna be making much conversation. I'm kind of just like looking around.
Are you trying to hide anything from him?
Am I trying to hide anything?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing aside from the stuff I always try to hide. Like, I'm hiding my necklace. I'm hiding my. I'm keeping my hood up so that the barkeep doesn't recognize me.
All right. And she goes, well, it's nice knowing you. I gotta go back to work. See if I can write off all this debt I just developed.
If I
So-
knew what Fawn
Yeah.
wanted to talk about, I would talk to him, but I don't know.
You don't know. None of you know. Poor
Yeah,
Fawn.
We don't have that. You Yeah, you do that.
Right. Laters.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him go because I got other shit on my mind,
I was
and
hoping to run into someone at the bar.
I'm waiting for because I was asked to be here. I'm expecting a contact.
Noomie,
But since
you're tipped 7 gold.
Hey, thank you.
but
Alright,
if
I gotta roll something, so hang on.
okay,
Alright. Good news! It's gonna be pretty much a quiet day. You guys want to RP with the goblin for a bit, or talk to him, or you guys want to be...
I was
am
hoping
What you were hoping
maybe
for?
someone who could be helpful to my quest might show up. Who might know something
if
about
I close
the
my
immortal
eyes and
machine.
think really hard. This is like us being in our on our computers on our desk all time, being like, if I think really hard and just like wish it, the love of my life will just show up.
Yeah, that's not
Even
gonna
though I'm
happen.
here.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Darn it.
Barring no one else, I would motion for Noomie to take a seat if she notices,
Yeah, she can see you.
since no one else is here.
Well, I was gonna get a drink, but this guy's just been
Go. It says, oh,
serving fun.
what kind of drink you like, Missy?
I was just wondering if you have nectar.
Oh, like the mead nectar or the beer nectar?
I like the sweet nectar.
Ah, I see what you're going for. All right. He comes out and he actually comes out with a silver mug and actually hands you hands you it. There you go.
Thank you. I love this stuff.
Those are kind of sweet.
Mhm.
Warm, but sweet.
Yep.
All right.
Used to have it a lot. Back when I was back in the troop, or back with the, what are they called? Oh, yeah.
So the goblin says,
Back with the group.
"So what do I have to do in order to get that recommendation?"
Recommendation?
Oh, the goblin says to Darvin.
Oh, talking to Davrin, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a quick thing.
Not much. Just he gave me a sample of your work. I would just
Indeed.
need to go ahead and present it to some of the other professors in some higher up professors.
All right. Wonderful.
Is
All right.
Davrin a professor?
He is. Yeah, he's actually a scholar professor.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a full blown graduate professor and everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
He'll teach you how to rage.
Yep. So Numi, you just sat down with Wave Silence.
Yeah. And so now seems as good a time as any, since no one else seems to be coming in. I'll
So let you know there are other people at the bar, but I'm not gonna make them come in. But
We'll pretend they aren't here.
So, yeah, I mean we're sitting close together. We're keeping our voices down. And so now's as fine a time as any, plain sight after all. And yeah, I'll just talk to Numi. I'll say, so getting back to the whole discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So, for full transparency and everything, there's a lot of different players here politically, all that nonsense. And there are some groups here that are dedicated to the preservation, defense of those who are of the victims of vile and immoral magics.
Okay.
Of course, no one likes those things, but it's very challenging for people to actually stand up to those terrible, terrible curses. And the group that I'm part of dedicates themselves to that cause. So,
okay. And you thought we were dangerous.
Not dangerous.
In danger?
more like an anomaly.
Okay.
You say that a lot of people have this curse, but this is quite rare from our perspective. We've only seen this.
I've
The
been
people
told
who can hook
otherwise.
you have.
I've been told the curse affects everyone, not
The curse-
just the players.
If the curse truly does affect everyone, then the curse goes at a point that it was hard for us to detect. We had a way to figure out what was going on, but basically, we only caught wind of it after some reports of some questionable magics being conducted, and the common denominator was the four of you, or the three of you.
Oh, you just now learned about the curse? Listen, I've been told that this curse has been going on for a long, long time. Generations long. And in fact, everyone has the curse. Not just players. It's hard to explain. Because players are stuck here forever. I'm not entirely sure how it affects people who aren't players, but there's only one person I know who isn't affected by the curse. But I don't know where they are. If we could find that person, maybe we could get some answers, but I don't even know that much.
What's their name?
It's my dad. I don't know where he is. We got separated a while back when there was a raid in the city, and I got captured, and I was brought to Unicorn Hopes, and I didn't see him after that. He wasn't there, and I don't know where he is.
He did mysteriously disappear right after that point.
There wasn't even like that's weird because like they're a traveling like band of like actors and performers, so it would be hard to track him anyway. Listen, even if I did know where to find him, I don't know if he would even know anything about this. All I know is that we have to find the immortal machine. I don't know if I mentioned anything to you about it. I was fairly sure I did, but I have to find it, and I have to disarm it.
Yeah, they told me.
And all I've been told is that hold on, I wrote it down. The Silver family, the Golden family, and the Iron family created it, and it uses children or people. Maybe not children.
It uses women.
People.
It uses women.
It uses women in some way to power it. And we need to save those people. Here it is.
Alright. Nothing you said is anything that I disagree with. I'm just...
The problem is finding
trying to
this thing.
explain.
It's... The only thing that's been confirmed is that it's real. And I can't figure it out. Where it is, nothing in the books say... Nobody knows anything about it. Not even... Well, I think Bluefeather knows, but she just won't tell me.
She can't tell you everything, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The person who told me about the immortal machine didn't know either, though. So...
How closely do you trust Bluefeather?
With my life?
Sentence
Bluefeather
you said earlier yourself.
Bluefeather, there's just something about her that, I don't know, seems comforting. It feels like she would do anything for me. Whether she actually would or not, I don't know. But there's something in my notes that I cannot remember writing about her, and I think she's important. So I trust me. So that's why I care about her.
Well, now you know my story. What's up with Fawynn? What's her story?
What do you mean?
you seem to have a great rapport with her.
Report.
Yeah, you're clearly like almost best friends.
Um. Um. Numi looks down at her drink, and she seems to be trying really hard to remember, but she can't think of anything. I actually don't know. I don't know anything about Vaughn. At all. I mean, I know her name, and her prisoner code was 666, and she has a goop named Morph, and that she's known as Elf Smoke, but I don't know why or how. I don't know anything, actually.
It's probably a side effect of the curse.
At this point, the goblin would leave Darvin, by the way. So Darvin, you can join them to talk if you want, if you wish.
Let's get to it.
He sips her cup of nectar.
Let's get this bread.
Alright.
Davrin.
Yeah?
You learn anything?
Uh,
I look at Davrin. I look a little more terse. I'm clearly, like disapproving of your, I don't know how to say it, partnership with this goblin guy.
Alright. Well, I found out more information about this so-called blood hunt.
I was actually going to ask you about that. There's some requirements for it.
Yeah, what did you hear?
Well, there's a few emotional triggers about the populace. Something about fearing the night,
Yeah,
mothers fearing for their children, a hopelessness. They also mentioned something about a disease, a plague.
yeah,
And I know from your work that you've done stuff to address issues like that.
Yeah, that's the one thing I noticed. Because the goblin was telling me that if the town they pick, it needs to be essentially filled with despair, and that's one thing I actually began to take a note on now from our previous trip to a town. I'm beginning to think we're kind of responsible for causing this whole blood hunt to happen here.
Causing it? On the contrary, I think now that we know what the requirements are, it's our responsibility to prevent it.
Yes,
If we
but
can stop the despair from filling this town and stop the plague from reaching it, we can make sure that the blood hunt doesn't happen in the first place.
Stop despair. That'll be easy.
Stopping a Darvin.
I'll take that over vampires.
Darvin and Noomie, I want you all to roll a history check to find out exactly what happens if you stop the royal blood hunt.
All right. Numi just plays a chord or two on her. Hey yo. Let's go.
Same brain.
I know. We just make eye contact.
Darvin and Noomie. Noomie, you learned from your college days of a possible rumor, and Darvin, you put it together logically. If the royal blood hunt was stopped from happening at a certain time, all three leaders will have to, take care of themselves.
They have to die.
They have to die.
Please, they have to die.
They have to die, yes.
I was right. I was joking, but I was right.
I mean, if we
Well,
can...
I super don't know this, but I'm still focused on stopping the blood hunt just to protect the people here.
Right.
Exactly. If we have to, we'll evacuate them, but I would
Yes.
rather keep them happy and that prevent the vampires than anything, and not force them from their homes. That would be great.
This is, ever since Unicorn Hope, this place has been the closest thing we've had to an actual ally. I would not want to see
Exactly.
this town go to ruin.
Agreed. It's a matter of because you said there was a disease. If we could figure out what this disease is, we can go ahead and stop it before it even happens.
Exactly. Easy peasy, right? We've already done the hardest part.
You've worked on plagues before. Do you think that whatever was happening to our earlier village, something similar might be happening here, might be planned here? I bet we could use that to our advantage. This
I'm
past
beginning to
experience.
believe.
Let's remember what happened back then. I was still new to this group, so I'm a little out of the loop. What happened with that sickness? How did you combat it?
So that sickness was I want to say was quote unquote being treated by a colleague, but really he was just diluting the cure so that way he can make a profit off. That's when I went ahead and after we escaped, that's when I came in and cured all the town folks.
Roll history, Darwin.
Alright.
You remember there was one subject that was that was infected by a different plague altogether. You can't having trouble remembering who it was because you treated so many people.
There was there was someone that had something else though, but I don't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Do you know what the methods were? Do you still have your notes? They're probably still good. You want to reinvent the wheel.
I hope I still have it.
Yes, you do. You never once told me you threw it away.
Good. Alright. Yeah, I do have them. We could probably look into those. See what I don't remember right now.
Sure enough. Roll history again with advantage this time, with your notes.
Alright, that's better.
You remember dealing with a woman with a really bad bubbly rash on her arm. And she said she got it after being bitten by a rat. And every time she was in the cold, her arm was constantly steaming. There were large boils. Her skin and the skin around the arm was red. And you remember seeing the same effect on the scholar boy when he was forced to drink something that Thomas put in his mouth.
In that cavern with the what were they called? Those bug creatures. The Umber Hulks.
Umber Hulks, yes.
That could be our lead.
Do we still know where that scholar is?
He's gone.
The one that ate? Yeah, he's out of here. Okay.
He's been jailed. And I did forget. Raymond would have told you that he was already taken out of jail.
Like he released on bail or what?
No, he was taken out of jail. Someone released him. Took him.
Released him legally or broke him out?
Broke him out.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
that must be
that's
the
bad.
vampire.
Yeah.
Well, we had close contact with him. If anything, I could probably draw some sample of our blood, see if I could find any trace of the disease there. Yeah, I could probably go ahead and isolate it and come up with a cure with it.
Great.
What's that noise?
What is that
You
noise?
hear that outside.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Alright.
I
We
shoot
should
up
probably
and
go
get
out.
out.
What is
I
that?
shoot up and run out.
All
I
right.
guess we're all running out because
Yeah.
we do need heroes.
All right. Well, in a second, let me get you guys ready for the next scene.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Oh boy.
And without Fawynn, too. We're operating at minus 10% power. Thank you. I hope someone would appreciate that joke.
Sure enough, when you guys look outside, you see a man running between the houses, pointing behind him. Is like, over there, over there. He keeps running.
Yep,
There's
that's
one
us.
of two things this could be.
Oh, well, we don't have time to debate. I'm gonna move up.
Yeah, agreed.
Hold on. I want to give them. I want to give Weave Silence Bardic Inspiration.
All right, you got Bardic Inspiration. Bardic Inspiration from Weave Silence. Weave, do you run towards the street?
I run in the direction that the man pointed.
You pointed this way. Oh shit! I can't ping. He pointed that way.
Oh.
Out.
Okay. How tall are these buildings?
They're 2 stories.
Which is how many feet?
40 feet, 20 feet, maybe.
All right. I'm gonna climb up to the with my cat's claws. I'm gonna climb up to the roof and
All right.
get a better view.
This is what you see.
That's. Yeah. I'll call out to Noomie and Davrin and point on the left.
All right. So we're running, I guess, between the houses.
Yep.
Squish.
Yeah, feel free to run between the
Squish.
houses. I just wanted to be like,
Squish.
make sure you turn the right.
Did I take
that way.
any weapons with me, or are they
Okay, fine.
all at the?
You got your loot. Your loot is counted as a weapon.
Yep.
And sure enough, as you
Knock
see,
me on the head.
sure enough, as you see a man bleeding out, and a small woman child, and Darvin and Weave, you recognize this small human child.
Oh.
My God, Angelica!
Actually, no, it's Muriel.
Here.
Oh, whoops!
Is she still alive?
Sorry. Oh, geez.
Nope, she's still alive. She's trying to crawl away, while this thing is like getting ready to raise its sword against this man once more.
I will use.
Not if I can
hold
help
on.
it.
Cure wounds on her. Hold on.
All right.
I will be moving to
Good news, you stabilize her.
All right. Is that man alive too?
When you look around,
he
off goes
dead?
his head.
Huh?
The moment you turn around after casting, Weaves, you said you were about to do something?
Yeah, I was gonna try to stop the attack if I could, dash in and protect him with a block with a quarterstaff, or distract the wolf, or do something.
When you look closer, you realize this is a were rat, really beefy,
A were-rat.
strong were rat.
Okay. Fully understood. I am still doing exactly what I planned to do.
All right.
So
How
I'll
close
get
is
it
this guy to
attack me,
dying?
I suppose.
You'll know in a moment.
Okay.
So roll your hit to attack him.
Okay.
I guess I'm rolling
I'll grab my
initiative.
quarterstaff.
Yeah, you will in a moment.
I'm just gonna roll. Go ahead and roll now. Oh, did
Attack
I not
one?
click my character? I'm stupid.
Hold on.
Attack 2.
Don't roll your initiative yet. Hold on. Don't roll your initiative yet.
Okay. I won't.
All right. Roll him now. Okay. Sure enough, when you bap him a second time, he looks at you and he seemed to have like barely noticed you.
You didn't notice it, huh?
Yeah, and he starts walking backwards away from you and wave his hands for you to follow him, with a smile on his face.
His this most obvious trap I've ever seen in my
Yes,
life.
yes. Come, face me, warrior.
How many times can I use Cure Wounds?
How many spell slots
So
do you have?
Oh, I have 2 more.
Yep.
I'm 3rd level.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Welcome back. All right. Clearly you now know there's a trap. Roll initiative.
Yeah.
So-
Do I roll again or?
What, say again?
How close is this guy to dying?
He looks like, I will find that out right now.
Alright.
Oof. Actually, he actually looks like he doesn't need healing. He actually looks like there is a good blood wound on his arm, but he seems to like pull up a healing potion and drink it himself.
Oh, thank goodness you're okay. Can you walk, sir?
Get Meteor out of here! It's after her!
It's after her.
Yep.
She picks up the young girl.
Yep. Sure
I'll
enough,
take care of her, don't worry.
young Muriel is a young redhead Scottish girl.
All right.
And so I go ahead and put her on my back so I can run and do stuff with my arms.
When you do that, Numi, the rat looks at both of you, and Muriel, and says, and literally just like, me messed up badly. I went after the wrong redhead.
You after me?
Oh, this is one of those hit squad guys that the Lord was talking about.
Hit what?
They're assassins.
Why are they after us? Or me?
All right.
Why are you after me?
Well, let's keep this alive, and then we'll get to find out.
All right. So, combat is started. By the way, Weave,
Right.
I need to ask: is your weapon magical or silvered?
My weapon is not magical or silvered, unfortunately. Oh wait, well my quarterstaff is not. My net is magical, but nothing else is. Oh, I have some darts. Some darts that are magical. The quarterstaff is not magical. That's the important thing. The quarterstaff is not magical.
I just want to know. Okay.
So remember, for the darts, you have the wolfsbane thing, which I'm not sure.
I do.
Here, but hey, check.
I'm keeping my options. I am understanding that. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to start by taking, because I know this is obviously a trap, but I'm gonna buy Noomie and Davrin some time to take the injured and bring them to safety. And I'm going to use my action to take the dodge action, and I'm going to slowly make my way to this guy. Cautiously. I am holding my quarterstaff in one hand, and I have my other hand on my belt pouch.
All right. What are you trying to do? Just slowly get to him. Get closer to
Yeah,
him.
I'm slowly approaching him to see what he's going to do and preempt if he's trying to move or if he's setting up any sort of ambush. I'm checking the ground to see if there are traps. But eventually I will get in. I will get within 5 feet of him to engage and make sure he can't get past me.
Roll perception check.
Okay.
Some of the tiles nearby on the roof comes loose and hits the ground, but you don't see anything there.
Here?
Yep.
The roof starts to become loose. I'll
By the way, it is nighttime. By the way, so.
Okay.
And I don't have dark vision.
You do have see invisible.
I do. Let's see. Do I?
Okay, well, I already dodged.
Don't.
All right.
Let me
I
see.
do.
Oh, you know what I'll do? It is darkness, isn't it?
It is dark. Yeah.
as a bonus action, I can teleport.
Because there's no light here, yes you can.
I'm gonna teleport on top of the roof.
Alright, you teleport on top of the roof? Do that.
Alright.
Oh boy.
What's going on here?
What do you mean?
Is there anything... Do I see anything from this angle of the roof?
Let me read. Roll perception check one more time.
Okay. Whoa!
Sure enough, you missed it at first because possibly of the angle you were at. But you see a mist over here.
A mist?
A
This is not okay. I will call...
And unfortunately, because of what you roll, you see another mist over here as well.
Alright, I'll call for Noomie to bring the victims inside. How tall is this building?
2 stories.
2 stories, so 20 to 40 feet.
Yep.
Thinking. Well, because I was here, 1, 2. I still have more movement,
Yes you do.
so I'm just gonna hop back down and re-engage, and I might take fall damage.
Yeah.
But
What you doing?
I'll probably not actually take damage because I have monk power.
You're fine. I'm not. I'll let you roll damage for falling when I know there's supposed to be damage for falling.
Okay. All right, but that's it. That's all I got for my turn.
All right. It's the were-rat's turn. He's gonna take the. Let's see what he can do.
All right. Keep in mind that I dodged, so all his attacks are at disadvantage.
All of his attacks will be at disadvantage. All right. He has multi-attack, so he can attack twice. So he's gonna attack with a very large sword, but it's gonna be short sword. So.
A bastardly short sword.
Does a 16 hit you?
Oh. Unfortunately, that still does hit.
All right, you take 6 points of damage.
Okay.
Ooh, I don't think the 13 is gonna hit you. Ooh.
Not.
All right, 13 does not hit you. He swings just at your chest, and he slices your abdomen a little bit on the open side. He swings again for your head, but you just duck right down. Hold still, kitty witty.
I'm still sluggish from that fire.
All right, and because it's his turn, his allies get to move. The mist that you saw on the roof swings down and comes right behind you. Let's see what they can do in their mist form. Alright. Oh, okay, he's gonna grapple.
Grapple?
He's gonna turn off his mist form. Reveal what he looks like.
Yeah, that shit sucks. I knew it was vampire. Bring them inside right now.
Thanks for your demanding orders.
Alright. Does an 11 grab you?
Wouldn't be most convenient for me.
Does it hit my attack? Does it hit my armor class?
Yeah, armor class.
No, it does not.
Alright, you see another mist from the top of the roof. Go from here to here. And he didn't grab you, so he does try to charm you.
You
He says, look into my eyes, you long-blooded sack of The DC.
The actual charm. Oh, it's a DC 17.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting cooked.
Oh boy.
That's big. That's a big
The
DC.
big boy.
Oh, this needs to be a Hail Mary.
Oh, really not.
All right. So when you turn around to look at him, or try not to look at him, you are charmed.
To avoid his gaze.
And he already tried to use his grab to grab you, but you are told to move closer to him.
Which one am I looking at?
This one.
This the one that next to me? Okay.
Yep. Darvin, you're up.
Alright. Let's see. So I'm just
Can't
gonna go.
control myself.
No, I'm not gonna risk it. I was. So I'm just gonna go ahead and try to get this guy inside into the buildings quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
And drag him over. All
You-
right, get inside.
Kick down the door with an athletics and just toss him in.
Alright.
All right, that's enough to kick the door. And when you toss him in, he hands you a vial of holy water.
All right, can use that.
Yes, save Muriel. They're after her. He says again.
And as for a bonus action, I'm gonna go ahead and go into my rage.
You once again, due to your mutation, you get bigger, and your fangs actually get longer too this time.
All right.
Your AC is now +2.
And okay, I'm pretty sure I still have the aggression treat. Right?
That stays with you from now on, no matter what,
All right.
until you do something to remove it.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, I'm going to do some quick math. So if I go ahead, drag him around here, back. Yeah, okay. I still got about 40 feet. I got 40 feet of movement, so if I were to... I think that's just... Yeah, that's just... Alright.
You pull out your Mace of Warning.
Yeah.
All right, you hear it say, "You're in the way. Duck."
I'm just gonna duck then.
No, when you get over here, you hear it. "You're in the way. Duck."
Alright.
All right. The moment you duck, everyone hears the sound of a rifle being fired.
Where are they?
17. Okay, that hits.
Pow pow kablooey.
Yeah, the armor class is 16, so 17 hits. All right. The moment this vampire gets hit by a bullet from way out from somewhere, he looks at it. He looks at his bullet wound, and there is like a wave of ember fire growing from his bullet hole. Ah! He sells. He's already hit, and he takes this much damage. He takes 14 points of damage already.
Alright, cool. I'd like to go ahead and use my former beast tail to smack him up a bunch.
Alright, smack him. Oh, by the way, Weave, you're no longer charmed.
Ah, sick.
Nice. Alright, so it's gonna be the one. So this is just gonna be for that one attack, and I got the attack coming up.
Alright. Ooh,
Oh, that's not good.
you little, oh, you.
Yeah, that's not good.
So you essentially flipper flap him in the back of the head. When he turns around to see another flipper, he turns to mist to avoid your tail and turns right back to normal. And he goes, "Fishy got bullets. Since when?" No, I should have said, "When did the fish get bullets?" That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Why you have to be angry like that?
Why you have to be so rude? Noomie, you're up.
What are you mad?
By the way, Weave, you forgot. You have inspiration.
I do have bardic inspiration, but I
Didn't wait.
I could have used it to resist being charmed.
Yeah, you didn't.
I
But
forgot to.
you know what? Just to remind you, here's bardic inspiration still.
There you go. Thank you.
Noomie, you got the Muriel in the back of you. What do you want to do? Noomie, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
I was. Thank you for telling me. I said I want to move in the house and take Muriel in there.
All right, Muriel is inside the house with you.
All right, and then okay, how many feet was that? That was from.
That was
10 feet.
Yep.
Okay, and I'll come back out. I'll go there. And I want to. This is the vampire?
That's the vampire.
I want to cast blindness and deafness on him.
All right.
He has to have a constitution he has to get constitution of 14.
17.
Darn it.
That was a risk, but it was a good risk.
Yep.
Your
How many spells can I cast per turn?
Most spells are one action, so just one spell a turn.
Okay. Alright then.
Where at?
Oh, poor Weave.
I'll be fine.
Vampire.
How many actions do I get?
You have your action, you have your movement, your action, and your bonus action.
Okay.
I will allow a cantrip for a bonus action if you have a cantrip, which you should have some.
Okay. I gotta think of something. I have something that I think I can do. That I think would be fun, but I gotta be creative with it. Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can conjure something with it. Okay. Would I be able to create a person with minor illusion? Not like a speaking person, but just what looks like a copy of a person.
I will allow that because I think that's fun.
Alright.
It would be a small person.
Yeah, not very.
Person?
But Numi's already. If Numi's trying to make a copy of herself, it's gonna be like a 5.
I'm gonna make a copy of Weird Silence to be like tap on the
Poor man's mirror image.
Yep.
Or-
but I assume that would not work for Weave Silence.
Oh, by the way, you could cast Spare the Dying. Just to let you know next time. Without having to use.
I have looked at that, but I want to save that for in case it's for if someone is literally at death's door. So I want to save that just in case. I do have other levels of cure wounds that are not just 3rd level.
All right.
I think I will do. What's this?
That's a were-rat.
Okay.
Very dumb.
Very dumb. Interesting.
But very sneaky.
Okay. I will use Vicious Mockery on it. And it has Wisdom of 14.
What do you say? Oh god, his wisdom's shit.
He's a were-rat.
Yeah. He
He
failed miserably.
You're so stinky. You should go back to the sewers where you belong.
All right, roll your damage.
So, we're taking fences in here.
He goes.
Offended.
He's confused. Then when you call him stinky, he sniffs himself and goes, "Woo, woo." Bitch makes a point. Ah, my head.
No, it's true.
Oh, I am.
Securities.
Oh no, I am cringe.
On. Emotional damage.
Alright,
Weave Silence. You are no longer charmed. You have inspirational from the bard still.
Yup.
You got a vampire.
So my hand before was hovering over my was hovering over my belt pouch. I will open it and pull out a dart.
Which dart?
The one that was soaked in holy water.
Oh God!
I've been saving this one for you, you right bastard, and I'm gonna stab him with it.
Oh, you're gonna stab him with it?
Well, I mean, what else do I do with it? I can't. I mean, he's right next to me. I'm not gonna throw it at him.
All right. Shit. What do we do?
I'm just gonna grip it in my hand and just shove it into him as best I can.
Yeah. Make it like an unarmed strike.
Yeah, I have that.
Tavern Brawler?
No, it's just an unarmed attack, but
okay.
Using the dart for damage. I understand. And this is I've soaked a +1 dart in this too, so it's even magical.
Yep. So it's gonna hurt like a motherfucker. Oh!
Ooh, I maxed it out at 11 piercing damage. Plus whatever the holy water does.
It doubles it because of the doubles it. Actually no, the double. I forgot it was 4d6s. Yeah, I remember now. Because it was just 1d6, but because it was soaked in magnesium, 4d6s.
So you want me to roll an extra 46?
I'll do it for you. Don't worry.
All right, cool.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Let me look at his health. He's already not looking pretty as you jab into his arm, and his arm like starts wiggling and writhing. He screams out in horror, as suddenly his arm just snaps off and burns off, and turns to ash. He grabs his shoulder and goes, "Ah!"
And then, and now that the dart is stuck in him, I'm going to try to roundhouse kick him.
All right, roundhouse kick.
All right, let's use that bardic inspiration.
Bardic inspiration.
I don't know what extra dice I roll.
What does the bardic inspiration gives him, Noomie?
Huh?
What does the bardic inspiration Noomie gives him?
And let me see what it gives you. I have to go.
I want to say
See.
it's either a D6 or a D8.
I think it might be
1d8.
1d8.
On yeah, on a ability check, attack roll,
So
or
that's
saving
an
throw.
18.
You hit him. You hit him. Congratulations. You okay? Does the kicks launch him backwards anywhere at any show?
The kick is going to launch him. If I get to choose where I kick him into Davrin.
All right, Darvin, batter up, because an enemy unknown. Poof, poof. Now, Darvin, swing with your hammer.
All right. Vaphan.
No.
Okay, so you miss as the vampire swings back. He turns around, looks at you, about to swing the mace. He ducks under you, and he ducks under your swing, and your mace literally says once again, "Duck one more." And do you duck?
Yep.
All right, Anumi,
Whack.
because you're short, you don't have to duck. No offense. And sure enough, another rifle. Oh, she misses. All right. We've silence. Is that the end of your turn?
Let me see. I've got a bonus action left, but I do have a bonus action left, which means that I will use my unarmed strike, another attack against the were-rat. This is just with my claws.
All right. Does that hit the were-rat? I don't think so. No.
It definitely doesn't, but it's a little flashy. I turn around and use the claws to make sure I don't get stabbed from behind as I do the roundhouse kick.
It's a full-on brawl out here. All right. It's the were-rat and the vampire's turn, and the other vampire's turn that's hidden still. I'm going to move him. Noomie, did you? What did you do on your turn? Did you make another you? I don't think you did.
No, she tried to vicious mockery.
Oh, that's right, she did.
The rat.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I did.
Weave, you see a mist come right behind Noomie.
Oh no.
Look out! From behind! Don't let him get in that door!
Well, if they're a vampire, they can't enter a building unless they're invited.
That's exactly why I had them go inside.
Sure enough.
You need to be careful.
Sure enough, the moment you say that he can't get inside doors, the vampire looks at the door frame, stops, and lo and behold, you are right. They can't get inside.
Okay.
Holy hell, that myth actually was.
Oh my god, you should not move right now.
Oh my god. We were right! Who owns that house?
So he decides to go after Noomie.
Okay, well that's arguably
Worse.
better and worse.
Alright, Noomie. He's gonna. When you look at him coming right at you, his eyes glows. Come, look into my eyes.
Can I avoid it?
With a DC save of wisdom save, yes.
Okay, let's see. There's my wisdom. Oh gosh, why did I? What?
Did you dump wisdom?
Yeah,
Oof.
Oh, it's not bad.
negative wisdom.
Alright, you are charmed.
Oh, crud.
Darn it.
And he asks for you to walk closer to him.
Oh gosh. Wait, one moment.
He opens up his cape and surrounds you and leans closer to your neck. I need to read what does bite do.
Oh, jeez.
I have both good news and bad news.
Oh no.
The good news is you get a bunch of cool vampire powers.
The bad news is he does actually get to bite you now.
Oh. I don't like this. I don't like this. I did not consent to this.
22 hits you, and you take 8 points of piercing and 9 points of necrotic. And now you need to make a Constitution save.
How many points in total?
Does not matter. Because
Yo.
he can't turn you.
Oh. I'm too ginger.
Yeah.
You are too. It is the ginger spoon test for him.
It's like trying to bite into the sun.
He's spitting out red hair and everything.
Too fiery.
I can corrupt your soul.
Why
Bad news. I'm ginger.
what?
I don't have a soul.
Why is blood so spicy? Why is blood so angry?
Why is it so spicy?
I was born on an island far away and full of crazy people.
Cuba? No, I'm sure. Anywho. Alright, it's the other vampire's turn. He's gonna try to charm Darvin. Look at me, young fish.
Let's see.
Oh, Darvin. You're enraged, right?
Yes.
You can't be charmed.
Hey.
You get an extra attack.
I'm not. I'm too angry. Begone, thought.
Swing again.
No, I got an idea. Hey, guess what?
Huh?
And then, damn it, that was almost a nat 20.
You bite him. He is now a werefish. Do you roll your damage?
Look into my eyes. I'll let you down bluntly, bunk.
Darvin, how do you want to do this?
Oh, you know what? Let's have some little poetic irony to it. The neck.
All right, you bite into his neck and you rip him off. And he's impossible, and he falls down. and he slowly turns to ash.
To ash.
Alright, and yeah, okay, it's not my turn yet.
All right.
Is it?
Did the were-rat already win? No, he has not gone yet. Okay.
The were-rat did not go yet.
The were-rat swings with his goes in for a bite.
Yep, and these attacks do not have disadvantage because I attacked. I didn't dodge.
Yep.
So I'm about to get cooked.
Does a 14 hit you?
It does not! Yay!
All right. He gets a second bite. Does a 15 hit you?
It does not! Yay!
And that's all he
I'm
gets.
very lucky.
He literally just snaps, hang, and the second bite literally bites right onto your bow staff.
Twist it and spin him around to try to avoid the maw.
All right, Darvin, is you're up.
Alright. Let's see. This is good. Okay, ooh. Noomie's grappled by the vampire. Yeah, I'm thinking about.
Yep, he's a little canoodling with a noodle, but every now and then you do hear him. Ow! Why is she so hot? Not in a good way.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god!
All right. Can I see if I could go ahead and use my tail to trip him up in some way?
You can bap him and make him let him go.
All right, let's go for it. I feel like that's a lot more better than Alpha.
You were saying? Okay.
Give me an Alpha.
Roll damage.
Oh god.
Noomie, you finally feel a sharp pain on your neck, and then suddenly you hear a large whap, and you were slapped against the wall.
You pushed her. That's funny.
Sorry about that. All right, now then.
Well, you know what? It's okay, Davrin, because you're a cool guy.
You're no longer charmed because of that.
Great.
you
That's
can see
perfect.
Dot. You can see I'm like, ooh.
There's some good that came out of that, other than my back being broke.
All right.
And I still got my extra attack, so bring down the mallet.
Bonk. Oh. The mace literally when the moment it goes over your head, it's at the mall. It says it's hammer time.
Hammer time, let's go.
And roll your damage. Oof.
I'm just gonna. Davrin's just gonna look at the mall like, I didn't know you had jokes.
I didn't know either. You just bonk him like dong. The vampire literally. The vampire looks oddly enough not very pretty for a vampire.
Well,
Do they have
yeah,
to
I mean
look
that's
pretty?
really. Wow.
Oh, he looks even less prettier now after the whap in the head.
Yeah. Goodbye to half your jaw.
Oh my gosh!
I'm sorry. Anywho.
Beautiful.
That was great.
Noomie, it's your turn.
All right.
You after being slapped against the wall and whatnot, you feel like a pain. You feel blood dripping from your neck, but you feel fine. Just a really sharp pain in your neck, a little soreness.
It was a little tumble. All right, let's see what we're gonna do.
Where is your HP at? You took
Oh, I need to.
Yeah.
Do I need to take it down?
Yeah, it helps me keep track of where
From
your
the
HP is
bite?
at. Yeah, from the bite and then the tail whip. So 6 and 9 points, and then another 8 points from the yeah.
Which means a total of
6.
23 damage.
23 damage. Okay.
All right. Let me know when you're ready to take your turn, Noomie.
All right. I'm just looking at what spells I've got. I think I am going to conjure a illusion of myself
Okay.
behind the vampire, right in front of Davrin.
All right. So you make
So
a copy of
hear
your.
the lute, you just hear like a little melody from the lute, and suddenly tap tap on the vampire's shoulder.
Your illusion won't be able to tap him, but
It's gonna look like it's tapping him.
it may have fooled him. I'm not gonna say anything else. All right, Noomie, anything else you want to do?
I don't think there's much I can do. I think that is all I will do.
All right, Weave Silence, you're up.
All right. I am dealing with this stupid were rat. So here's what I'm gonna do.
Stupid kitty cat.
I have a net, and I'm gonna try to toss it over this were rat.
Oh God. You get advantage because you get advantage because you may have pulled out one of his fears.
Yeah, get trapped. 19.
All right, you capture this guy in net, and the moment you capture this guy in net, I want to mind you, it literally just flops over him, and he's still standing. He's still standing, but the moment he realizes there's a net on him, he just drops his sword and starts rolling on the ground, saying, "No, not again! I've been good rat. I've been good rat."
Yeah, stay down.
And he's not really. He's actually bigger than the net, but he's just like traumatized.
Alright, well, the net will restrain him while it's on him.
Yep.
And I'm going to take this opportunity to move. I think he technically gets an opportunity attack if he wants.
He's not going to take it. He's too scared of the net.
Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, good. The Skeleton King's here. No, that's bad!
Jesus, who just... Thank you for the follow, Wild Bridge Wedge.
Yo!
Oh.
Everyone give Angel a follow.
Do it.
Yes.
Anyway, what you were trying to do over there, Weave Silence, and thank you for the follow. Seriously, Wild Bird Wedge.
I'm giving him a face full of foot.
Ooh, so you're gonna kick him. So literally, what happens? Okay, so can I explain what happens? Can I flavor this?
Yes, go for it.
He turns around to look at the illusion of Naomi, and he leans in forward. And all he sees, all of a sudden, a cat foot comes out of Noomie's illusion's face. Hi. All right, he takes the damage.
Yes.
Poof. Well done, Noomie.
All right.
That was a beautiful setup.
Let's see what's his HP's at. He's actually still looking pretty. Well, healthy anyways.
Yeah, we focus on the other vampire first, but now that this guy's restrained, we should be able to deal with this vampire easily.
Oh yeah.
The mole once again whispers in Darvin's mind. Run. Move. Duck.
Oh god. Okay.
All three at once.
Stop, drop, and roll.
It is a lot of fun, Wild Bridge Wedge. Alright. We've done this. That was the end of your turn? We've silence?
Might be talking.
Oh.
Then.
Alright.
Oh.
Wait,
Sure.
what? No, oh, sorry, my turn's done. I'm sorry.
Alright.
I thought I said that.
The were-rat is too traumatized to try to get out. I'm going to see if it actually can put the will together to actually pull himself out with disadvantage. 4 does not help his situation, unfortunately. The vampire is going to take a strike at... well, now he knows that Noomie illusion is not real.
Oops.
Because of the foot.
Did I do that?
Yeah, you did do that.
Yeah.
Jeez, what he's gonna do in this situation? Oh, I know exactly what he's gonna do. He's gonna turn to mist.
Wow, he's so creative.
Oh, jeez.
Green is not a creative color.
And we silence and Darby. You feel his presence moving. and you see the mist go right back on the roof.
Alright, which roof?
This roof.
Which roof?
Can't,
Sorry, we didn't
yeah,
see
I
it.
can't see the ping.
Oh, you can't see the ping? Hold on, I'm sorry.
This one.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
He's not getting away that easy.
Nope.
He may not need to.
Oh, please tell me he gets absolutely sniped by whoever's taking the shots.
When you look up,
Obviously, Gun Girl, our Caribbean queen.
so good.
I hope it's just like a random dwarf.
Ironic.
It's
Noomie.
Fighting Simpson.
Noomie, I stop predicting everything.
It's Dave. Hi, Dave.
Sure enough, the vampire goes on the roof, but when he reaches the roof, there are 2 other mist with him.
Okay, that's more than we could bargain for.
And when that happens, the mole once again speaks in Darvin's mind. Take cover. Take cover. Happy Pride Month.
Strom-Davrin.
So,
Hey.
I was talking to chat. I'm sorry.
7 deadly sins.
Hello.
And does Darvin say anything as he tries to take cover?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go say, hit the deck!
So, sure enough, the moment Darvin says hit the deck, you hear a sound from way over there. Hold on, from way over there that goes.
I'm assuming Noomie is still sitting.
Yes, a sound from way over there that sounds like a. And
Chaos?
and a large ballista lands right between all 3 vampires, and there are sticks of dynamite strapped onto it.
That feels like a Chaos Sparkle special.
That kind of does.
Whoever it was, you have style.
I need everyone to roll. I need everyone that's too close to roll dexterity save with advantage because you're far enough.
Okay.
Where is it?
It's over here.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's probably hitting me and Davrin.
Yeah, Noomie, you guys are kind of safe because of the tail whap.
The what?
The tail whap that you got from Darvin.
The accidental friendly fire helped you.
Weave, you made it no problem.
There you go. Yeah.
Darvin, roll.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no!
I said dexterity
Oh,
save
no,
with
no.
advantage.
That's my bad. That's the wrong one.
That is with advantage though.
Yeah.
So unless you roll a 1 and a 2.
Okay, thank God.
You rolled a 2. Oh, okay.
Is that the with advantage?
That's with advantage, yeah.
Yeah,
Roll
that's
the
he's
12.
with advantage, yeah.
Darvin, you fail.
Ah, fuck.
Well,
You hear the mole says, "I warned you twice. What the hell?" And sure enough, a huge explosion just happens,
bruh.
and half the roof is missing. And these vampires, they're turned to ash once more.
Oh my gosh. That was a holy missile.
And sure enough, as you see a familiar figure running
Here.
towards you,
You could hear a faint
Familiar
whisper
figure.
before the explosion. Hallelujah!
hallelujah, hallelujah.
The holy
Hallelujah.
hand grenade.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, those are for our worm fans in the chat.
Yeah. Where are they? There they are. And as combat is over, you see a familiar figure walking with a rifle on her back.
It is! It is her! I know it.
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? She would say.
You're here! Big lady with a gun!
That's right, child. Now what is going on around here? Someone be kind and introduce the great Melissa to some information.
Vampires. The blood hunt, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
They're early though. We were told
oh,
2 months.
Undead creeps are messing with this town constantly, and I'm sick and tired of it. I'm moving towards the were-rat. Because as far as I'm concerned, the fight's not over yet.
Release me! I've been good rat. I follow orders.
Panicking.
by the way, Angel, what's the
him.
what's the damage? What was the damage?
You're traumatizing him.
Damage. You take 19 points of damage.
Still alive, motherfuckers!
Yeah, and that should probably be reduced because what kind of damage is it? Is it fire?
No, it was explosion damage. And you will hear Melissa say, "Who fired that big thing, by the way?"
It wasn't you?
Nah, child. It was not us.
I bet I know who it was.
Do you look around, Noomie?
Yes.
Sure enough, you see a purple, pink teddy bear's head come out one of the barrels, gives you a thumbs up, hides down in the barrels.
King.
What you want? Leave me alone.
He tries to crawl away from you. By the way, he's bigger than the he's bigger than the rat. The net literally does not go around his arms or legs, but he still crawls away like the net's covering him, but it's not.
Yeah, I'm taking him by the foot and dragging him back. I'm like, no, you're not getting out until you answer some questions.
I answer anything. Give net away. Yes, yes.
Why were you after those innocent people?
I was ordered to. Orders was followed.
Where are those vampires coming from?
One would think mama vampire, daddy vampire. You make vampire.
Who?
I would lean my leg back as if to kick him and then stop.
He flinches.
Strom-Davrin coming closer.
Alright. I guess we got some questions for this guy.
Yeah, go ahead. You got some time.
We need to be able to actually anticipate the attacks. We keep getting caught off guard.
Yeah.
I think we were being caught off guard.
Anumi, the big guard that used to be Melissa's guard, picks you up and dusts you off.
Oh, thank you.
By the way, Dryad Min at Twitch. Can you guys shout out your Twitch thing because Wild Bird wishes to know your Twitch. Or just write it down in yeah.
Then I think you go first.
Yeah, write it down.
Sure.
Yeah, write it down in the chat so I can actually just give it to the person.
Absolutely. Howdy rowdy to all those Cub Scouts. My name is Dryad Min. You can catch me on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and Twitch, of course. I am going to post it in the chat. I played Dead by Daylight as well as Dark Souls and other variety games. And it's good stuff. Here are all my normal socials, and then I'll add my Twitch in a second.
Alright, here they go. Paste.
Oh, that's the wrong link.
Alright.
There you go.
Howdy rowdy.
Do you allow links in your Twitch chat, Angel?
Just give me whatever you want. I don't care.
Alright.
I want to help you guys as much as me.
I was just gonna post it directly in your.
Oh, that's even better. That's even better. That makes it easier on me.
That might have been a smarter move on my part.
It's okay. I already copy and paste.
Alright. Alright, there is my link.
Oh, Jesus. What the fuck?
What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
Alright. Woo! Oh, Twitch is screwing with me again. Woo!
All right, I'll go. I have my link here. So my name is Ender, also known as Ender is the Queen on both Twitter and Twitch. And I mostly stream this as I'm pretty busy, but I do like to do study streams, and I play usually fun, relaxing games like Minecraft and Stardew Valley and like Sims and stuff.
And I am Strom-Davrin. You can find me at the link I put down, and on Twitter under the same name. And I've recently been addicted to the Evil Dead game. I'm actually gonna be. I'm thinking I might be able to stream the new Destiny 2 dungeon, the Duality dungeon.
Yes.
Depending on how that goes.
All
And
right.
yeah.
Back into the game, folks. The rat.
Back to
So
the game.
the rat flinches at the moment you actually was about to kick him, but Darwin stops you.
All right. So
I kind of I know this isn't gonna happen, but I kind of wish like that I would reel in to kick, and then Davin would be like, no. Let me handle this, and then Davin kicks him.
Darwin kicks him way harder.
all right. Let's see. So obviously we have some questions for you now.
The thunder.
Thunder's a nice touch.
Thunderbolt and lightning, very
Very frightening. Galileo. Anywho,
Hello.
you know what? All right, ask me your questions.
Okay.
We can all be queens later, folks.
All right.
You're not the problem.
First off, and as so he's just gonna, Darvin's just gonna go ahead and kneel in front of the were-rat. First off, who sent you? What clan were they?
All right, let's see if he's willing to deluge that. He looks around. He looks around. He looks left. He looks right.
You release me if I tell you? Yes.
Sure.
After
Only if you're telling the
tell
truth.
I'm going to pick who sent them. All right, that is chosen.
The masquerade. Mask, yes.
Okay.
And those vampires, they were part of the masquerade too?
Older vampires, yes. Must follow rules. Masquerade rules, yes.
Now then.
You let go now.
Why? Not yet. We still have plenty more questions. So, can you tell us why you were after our companion?
Redhead problem. Redhead.
What do you have against gingers?
Me personally, I love gingers, but
Redhead problem. Redhead has potential. Redhead knows too much.
You know too little.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm mostly letting Davin ask the questions here.
okay. Want to ask another question?
As for this rumored blood hunt, do you happen to know the exact day when it's supposed to happen?
He reels back from that, and even his ears dip as if he's like too scared to answer that question.
Tell me it, or we won't let you go. And I'm gonna intimidate him with that. Go ahead and do that. Holy shit.
Yeah, king.
The only way he can get out of that if he
Nope.
not happening.
I know not when date happens, but I know what needs to happen before.
Alright. Tell us exactly what needs to happen before
What are
in
they
detail.
planning?
All right. He looks left and right.
Too open to speak here.
All right, I will grab the net and drag him into, let's say, the tavern.
All right. The moment you actually start dragging from the net, this happens. Hold on. I need to set this up. You start hearing sounds of chittering around you.
Does the model warning tell me anything?
Large numbers. Get away now.
Okay, we need to get going now.
Move. Help me take these. What the hell are those?
A large swarm of rats come out of nowhere.
What's
Do-
that?
Do you still have them in your grip?
I do. I'll with me and Davin, we should be able to.
At this point, I'll just go ahead and shoulder him.
All right, it's gonna be a check test because they're actually tugging him away from you.
Oh
Rats.
hell nah.
No, you can't do that. That's bad.
And wait, do I have anything like a torch or something like fire we could use? We could go ahead and like force them
Do
to
I
back
still
off.
Yeah,
have sandwich on me?
This is what I do.
You still do have sandwich on you, but all of their eyes are glowing red as if they're possessed.
Oh,
Oh
that's okay.
no!
I
My
will
rat
take,
people.
I will.
I would like to
I will grab
charm
a
them with
potion
music
bag.
or try to like uncharm
All right,
them
all right, all right,
with
all right, all
music
right.
by doing a counter charm.
All right. Hold on. I need to get it. Everyone's talking too many things at once, so we're gonna do this.
Okay,
We're gonna do this.
I like this.
What are you gonna do?
Me?
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
I want to try to charm the rats, like to uncharm them from how they've been charmed.
All right,
Because I am the Pied Piper. I save all the rats.
all right. This is a chance. Roll me a
Maybe
performance.
See if you have a
Okay,
spell.
performance.
There might be like animal friendship or something you can cast.
Is there a spell you can
No,
cast?
I have charm person. That's what I was gonna do.
All right.
And they would need a wisdom of 14.
So you start performing with your lutes, and sure enough, when you start performing the lutes, the rats stop tugging, and you hear a flute being played in the distance once again, and the rat starts being active once more.
No, I play a hard rock solo.
I rock harder than you rock.
If I
All
had
right.
flute,
All right.
it would be much easier.
The good
But I
news
don't
and
have my schwam.
the good news is you're actually beating the other performer.
I shall not perform you. You
Roll
imposter, you poseur.
roll another performance.
It's just a battle of like
The battle of who can rock better.
Yep. My God, you're a master.
There is literally a musical fight, and Noomie is winning. You're getting more and more rats back into your charm.
Yeah, all her red hair. She's headbanging with all her red hair going everywhere.
Just
Performance
just
again.
was like slash just headbanging.
Slash
Yeah,
hanging at
yeah.
me. All right, one more performance.
Oh my God, she's unstoppable.
She's unstoppable.
Oh!
I have a +9 in performance.
And sure enough, you hear a frustrating grunt in the darkness in the distance. And whoever it was, just gives up and walks away. The rats
Fine,
are
I'm
now
the real Pied Piper.
the rats are now just
Fine, rats
swarming
and
around,
pipers,
just not doing anything.
Arise once again, you are free. And with her last chord, she sets them free.
And they scatter.
What a faker.
Jeez, someone trying to be me yet again. They all think they're the Pied Piper until they actually meet me.
We charmed rats before that was cool.
What's worse, none of you touched them. God damn it.
I was going to if that wasn't gonna work, I was gonna throw a flask of fire at them.
I'm not gonna lie, that I was not expecting that. So hell yeah, good job, Noomie. All right.
Yeah, that was great.
Congratulations, you guys got yourself a Lincoln were rat with information.
Yep, and he's going to the tavern where I will pay the barkeep for his silence.
All right, you guys want to keep going for at least one more hour, or you guys want to stop here?
I'm gonna go ahead and stop because I need to eat dinner, and we are past the 4 hour.
Yes, we are. So, I think you guys did great. Congratulations, you got yourself a prisoner.
Woo! Ray's gonna be happy when she finds out.
Oh boy, yeah. Oh god.
We got you a present while you were gone.
She's still in the bathroom for some reason.
Yep. That's so funny. This whole time she's just been in the bathroom. She goes, whoa, what happened here?
She's gonna come out and be like, hey, I killed some more of your boyfriends.
Jesus.
All of them.
Well, I'm
ready to kill them.
All right.
Yeah.
Say your outro, and we'll be done for the night. Ender, you go first, since you have to go eat.
Yep. Wait, it's normally just where they can find us, right?
Yeah, normally where you can find you.
All right. Hi, thank you for joining us, guys. I am Ender. You can find me at on Twitch at Ender is the Queen, and Twitter is the same. And I really just loved being the Pied Piper. That was the best part of this session. Being the Pied Piper, and playing music, and being epic, and also getting way too dramatic and fake sobbing and pointing all the blame on Weave. That is my favorite thing.
Yep. I'll drink to that.
All right, Storm, where can I find you? And how do you enjoy this session?
My name is Storm, the Little Python. You can find me under the same name at Twitter and Twitch. And yeah, no, I in all honesty, I've heard like out of the character, out of the game, right? I've heard about the whole vampire the masquerade.
Yep.
Like D&D, like no, not D&D, like their whole campaign system.
That's the TTRPG system.
Yeah. And I've like actually properly like seeing it, like it's a form of it being integrated into this thing. It's kind of fun. I actually like it.
That's good. Dryad, where can I find you, and how much fun are you having? I'm hoping.
Yes, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter and TikTok and YouTube, where I post the VODs and occasional little shorts and highlights. And I've had a great time with this campaign for basically the whole time so far. Not a dull moment yet. My favorite moment was probably finally getting around to the point where I can be a proper party member with trust, because edgelord is always fun, but you work to be part of the team.
Yeah. Character arc.
Don't worry.
And
Amy's very accepting when she's like, you're part of the group? Cool!
Yes.
all right.
You're having soft tacos later.
I am your cursed merchant, also your DM. Wait, well, hold on. Were you saying something, Dryad?
No, we're just making a joke about Taco Gang. If you're soft tacos, you're bae. If you're hard tacos, you're cringe. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I like hard tacos. Anywho, I am your cursed merchant, Angel SilverRose. I am also your DM. And I'm trying my best to keep these guys entertained, but now I gotta figure out what the hell they're gonna do with a prisoner rat that I was not expecting to not have. So there's gonna be that. I was not expecting the Pied Piper thing, so fuck. I'm not gonna lie, you guys are doing great. These vampires are trying to do anything and everything to get one up on you, and they have a couple of times. But now it seems like you're getting a one up on them. So
You know how to play the game.
yeah, so
We will eventually.
All
We'll
right.
keep this town so happy they'll never be sad. Ever.
all right. Jesus Christ.
You good? You good?
Ours will be a hope that fills the world.
And
We
why?
might have to kill everyone to do it. Sorry, I went a little evil there.
All right.
We'll be back again next time to ruin Angel's campaign yet again.
Yet again. All right. For everyone, do keep your health potions full and your loot bags empty, and please do take care of yourself because we do love you, and always have fun. Bye bye and take care.
Bye, y'all.
And I am.